Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Let the weight of the day dissolve from your shoulders, and let the darkness around you become the darkness of an older world. A world in which the boundary between the visible and the invisible was thinner than it is now, in which the spoken word carried power that physics cannot measure, in which the person who knew the right name, the right gesture, the right moment of the right night could reach through the surface of ordinary reality and touch something beneath it. Tonight, we follow that reaching. Tonight, we enter the history of magic, the oldest, the most human, and the most endlessly disputed practice in the story of our species. Fact 1. What magic actually was: the art between worlds. Magic is one of the most consistently misunderstood words in the human vocabulary. Misunderstood not because its meaning is obscure, but because it has been applied, across thousands of years of human history, to such a wide and apparently contradictory range of practices, beliefs, and experiences, that the word itself has become a container for almost everything that the dominant systems of knowledge in any given age have found it convenient to exclude. In ancient Egypt, it was a sacred technology, a branch of priestly knowledge as legitimate, and as systematically organized as medicine or astronomy. In medieval Europe, it was simultaneously a capital crime and a widespread practice, condemned by the church and consulted by the same bishops who condemned it. In the 19th century, it was a parlor entertainment, a colonial administrative category for the beliefs of subjugated peoples, and a serious object of anthropological investigation, often in the same decade, sometimes by the same person. In the 21st century, it is a marketing category, a spiritual practice, a theatrical genre, and a subject of academic study in departments of religious history and anthropology. What magic is depends entirely on who is defining it, for what purpose, and against what alternative it is being defined. The most useful distinction that the study of magic has produced, and it is a distinction that scholars have argued about for more than a century without reaching a consensus, is the distinction between magic and religion on one side and magic and science on the other. The distinction from religion is conventionally drawn in terms of the relationship between the practitioner and the supernatural power being invoked. Religion petitions, requests, and worships. Magic commands, compels, and manipulates. The religious person asks the deity for assistance. The magician knows the specific name or the specific formula or the specific ritual that forces the power to comply. The distinction from science is drawn in terms of the mechanism of causation. Science operates through the physical laws governing the behavior of matter and energy. Magic operates through correspondences, sympathies, and the specific power of the human will and the human word to act on the world in ways that physics cannot account for. Both distinctions are more useful as starting points than as definitive boundaries. The history of magic is, among other things, the history of the impossibility of keeping these categories clean, the history of the person who prays and also casts a spell, who brews a medicinal herb tea and also recites a charm over it, who reads the stars for astronomical purposes and also for astrological ones, who stands at exactly the boundary between the categories that later centuries will try to police and performs with perfect sincerity. A practice that belongs simultaneously to all of them. Magic is what happens at the boundary. It has always been most alive there. Fact 2. The origins of magic, fire, bone, and the first shamans. The origins of magical practice reach back into a prehistory so remote that no written record documents them, and the evidence for their existence must be read from the material traces that the practices left behind, from the painted caves of southern France and northern Spain, from the specific arrangements of grave goods in Paleolithic burials, from the distribution of ochre and bone ornaments, and the carved figurines of animals and human figures that appear in the archaeological record of the Upper Paleolithic with a suddenness and a sophistication that archaeologists have called, for want of a better term, the creative explosion. Somewhere in the period between 50,000 and 40,000 years ago, the specific cognitive capacity that makes symbolic thought possible, the ability to represent the world in images, in narrative, and in ritual, appears in the human archaeological record, and with it, the first evidence of practices that the tradition of religious and magical history recognizes as its earliest ancestors. The cave paintings of Lascaux and Altamira and Chauvet, whose specific beauty and whose specific accuracy of animal representation still astonish the viewers who stand before them, tens of thousands of years after they were made, have been interpreted by the majority of contemporary archaeologists as evidence of ritual practice rather than mere decoration. As records of a specific engagement with the animal powers of the natural world that combine the practical concerns of the hunter with the specific symbolic and spiritual concerns of a people for whom the boundary between the human and the animal world was a permeable one, navigable by specific practitioners whose role in the community was precisely this navigation. The shaman, the person who could enter altered states of consciousness, travel between the human world and the spirit world, and return with knowledge or healing or guidance, is the earliest figure in the history of magic, and the evidence for their practice in the Paleolithic is as strong as any evidence from that remote period can be. The specific tools of the earliest magical practice, the altered states produced by drumming and fasting, and the ingestion of psychoactive plants, the use of specific animals as spirit helpers, the recitation of specific words or sounds in specific conditions, are so widely distributed across the shamanic traditions of every inhabited continent that their common origin in the earliest stratum of human symbolic culture is, for most anthropologists who study them, the most plausible explanation for their universality. Magic is as old as symbolic thought. It began when the first human being looked at the world and understood that the surface of things was not the whole of them. Fact 3. Ancient Egyptian magic, Heka, the power before the gods. In the religious and cosmological understanding of ancient Egypt, one of the most elaborately documented magical traditions in the historical record, its practices preserved in papyri, in temple inscriptions, in the texts painted on the walls of tombs, and on the surfaces of coffins and amulets across 3,000 years of continuous civilization. Magic was not a marginal or suspect practice, not an alternative to religion or a competitor with it, but one of the most fundamental forces in the structure of the cosmos, a power that preceded the gods themselves, and that the gods relied upon as the medium through which divine intention became physical reality. The Egyptian word for this power was Heka, a word that is usually translated as magic, but that carries a range of meaning closer to the activated creative power of speech and intention, the specific force by which the spoken word or the written formula caused effects in the world. Heka was understood to have existed before creation, before the gods, before the world, before time itself. The creator god Atum, in the Heliopolitan cosmological tradition, used Heka as the mechanism of creation, speaking the world into existence through the specific power of divine utterance. The gods themselves practiced Heka, the healing magic by which Isis restored the dismembered body of Osiris, the protective magic by which Thoth assisted the gods in their conflicts with chaos, were all expressions of Heka wielded by divine practitioners. And human beings, through the correct performance of the right rituals with the right words and the right materials, could access Heka and direct it towards specific practical ends: healing illness, protecting the home, ensuring success in a legal dispute, guarding the dead on their journey through the underworld. The Egyptian magical practitioner, the Sao, the specialist in protective amulets and ritual texts, was a recognized professional figure in Egyptian society, their practice understood as a branch of the same priestly knowledge that maintained the temples and performed the divine rituals. The distinction between the priest performing the temple liturgy and the magician performing a healing spell was a distinction of context and client rather than a distinction of fundamental kind. Both were accessing Heka. Both were using the specific power of correctly spoken words and correctly performed ritual actions to cause effects in the world. The Egyptian tradition understood, with a clarity that later Western distinctions between magic and religion obscured, that these were not different things. Fact 4. Mesopotamian magic, the oldest spell books. The magical tradition of ancient Mesopotamia, the civilization of the Tigris and Euphrates Valley that produced the world's first writing, the first law codes, the first literary epic, and some of the oldest systematic magical texts that survive in any tradition, is documented with an extraordinary specificity that the accident of clay tablet preservation has made available to modern scholarship in a form that the organic materials of other ancient cultures rarely survive to provide. The cuneiform clay tablets of Babylonian and Assyrian libraries contain, alongside astronomical observations and mathematical tables and administrative records, an extensive body of magical literature. Incantation series, ritual prescriptions, lists of omens and their meanings, collections of protective spells and healing formulas whose specific contents provide the most detailed picture available of the practical magical tradition of the ancient Near East. The Mesopotamian magical worldview was organized around a specific understanding of the causes of illness, misfortune, and suffering. These were understood to result from the action of supernatural forces, demons, witches, the spirits of the dead, or the anger of specific deities, whose interference in the life of the sufferer had disrupted the normal order of existence and required specific ritual action to correct. The Ashipu, the Mesopotamian exorcist magician, was the specialist whose knowledge of the correct incantations, the correct ritual procedures, and the correct material substances required to identify the source of the supernatural interference, and to remove it was the most effective therapeutic resource available to a Mesopotamian who was sick, unlucky, or afflicted by what we might today call psychological distress. The specific texts that survive, the Maklu series, an 8-tablet anti-witchcraft ritual whose incantations were performed over the course of a single night. The Sherpu series, a ritual for the release from taboo and the removal of divine anger. The numerous individual incantation tablets dealing with specific conditions from toothache to impotence to difficult childbirth constitute the oldest surviving systematic magical literature in the world, predating the Greek magical papyri by more than 1,000 years and providing the earliest documentary evidence for practices, the burning of effigies, the recitation of names, the use of sympathetic action to affect a distant target, that appear in magical traditions across the world and across the subsequent millennia. The oldest spell book on Earth was written in clay. The spells it contained were already old when it was written. Fact 5. Greek magic, curses, binding spells, and the underworld. The magical tradition of ancient Greece, diverse, pragmatic, and intimately connected to both the popular religion and the philosophical tradition of one of the most intellectually sophisticated civilizations in the ancient world, is documented through an extraordinary variety of sources that together provide one of the most detailed pictures of magical practice in antiquity. The depictions, the lead curse tablets deposited in grave, wells, and sanctuaries throughout the Greek world. The literary sources from Homer to Theocritus that describe magical practitioners and their methods. The philosophical discussions in Plato and later Neoplatonists that attempt to theorize the nature and legitimacy of magical practice. And the later Greek magical papyri of Egypt, which preserve the most complete surviving handbooks of ancient ritual magic in any tradition. The depictions, from the Latin defiger, to fix or bind, were among the most widely used and most specifically documented forms of magical practice in the Greek world. A defixio was a thin sheet of lead, inscribed with a curse binding a specific named individual, a business competitor, a legal opponent, a rival in love, to the power of the underworld, typically by invoking chthonic deities or the spirits of the dead, and requesting their assistance in harming or constraining the target. The tablets were rolled or folded, often pierced with a nail, and deposited in a grave or a well or thrown into the sea, places where the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead was understood to be thin, and where the message might most effectively reach its intended supernatural recipients. Thousands of depictions have been recovered by archaeologists from sites across the Greek world and its successors, their texts ranging from the chillingly specific, naming a victim, describing the desired harm in precise anatomical detail, to the more formulaic imprecations whose generality suggests that standardized texts were available for purchase from magical specialists who tailored them to individual clients. They were used by people of every social class in every part of the Greek-speaking world for a range of purposes that included athletic competition, legal disputes, commercial rivalry, erotic pursuit, and simple personal animosity. They were illegal in some periods and tolerated in others. They were widely condemned as impious interference with divine justice and widely practiced by the same people who condemned them. The history of magic is always, in this specific respect, the same history. Fact 6. Roman magic, the empire of spells. The magical tradition of ancient Rome was, like most aspects of Roman culture, a synthesis, an absorption and transformation of the magical practices of the many civilizations that the Roman Empire incorporated, from the Etruscan augural tradition that the Romans inherited along with much of their earliest religious practice, to the Greek magical tradition that penetrated Roman culture during the period of Greek cultural dominance, to the Egyptian, Syrian, Persian, and Jewish magical traditions that arrived in Rome with the diaspora communities and the individual practitioners who followed the trade routes and the military campaigns of the expanding empire. The result was the most cosmopolitan magical tradition in the ancient world, a tradition that drew on every available source of supernatural power without particular doctrinal rigidity, guided by the specifically Roman pragmatic principle that if a ritual worked, its origins were secondary to its effectiveness. The Roman legal tradition provides some of the most detailed documentation of magical practice available from the ancient world, precisely because the Romans periodically attempted to regulate or suppress specific forms of magic, and the legal records of those attempts preserve evidence of what was being regulated. The 12 Tables, the earliest Roman law code, prohibited spells that damaged crops or transferred them from one field to another, evidence that agricultural magic was sufficiently widespread to require legal attention as early as the 5th century BCE. The Lex Cornelia de Siceraeis et Veneficis, passed under Sulla in 81 BCE, created a specific category of criminal magic that included the use of venena, poisons, and magical substances, to harm or kill, whose prosecution under the empire produced trials, whose records occasionally preserve detailed descriptions of the specific practices being prosecuted. The figure of the Strix, the witch who flew by night and consumed the blood and flesh of children, appears in Roman literature with a consistency that reflects both a specific anxiety about the power of malevolent magic and a specific cultural processing of fears about women's power and women's bodies that the magical tradition gave a vocabulary and a narrative form. Horace's Canidia, Lucan's Erichtho, these literary witches are not merely fictional creations, but culturally charged figures, their specific practices drawn from the actual magical tradition and their specific monstrousness, reflecting the specific anxieties that the tradition both expressed and managed. Rome feared its witches. Rome also consulted them. Fact 7. The magician as figure, Merlin, Zoroaster, Hermes. Among the many gifts that the history of magic has given to the human imagination, none is more persistently compelling or more culturally productive than the figure of the magician himself, or herself, or themselves, the individual human being whose specific knowledge of the hidden structure of reality gives them a relationship to the forces of the world that ordinary people do not share, whose practice of that knowledge marks them as simultaneously more powerful and more dangerous than their neighbors, and whose presence in the cultural imagination of virtually every civilization that has left a record of its inner life is one of the most consistent and most revealing features of the human relationship to the idea of special knowledge. Zoroaster, the ancient Iranian prophet, whose teaching formed the foundation of Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest continuously practiced religions, gave the Western tradition the very word for the magician. The Magi, the priestly class of ancient Iran whose specific knowledge of astronomical and divinatory arts was so impressive to the Greeks who encountered them that the Greek word magos, derived from the old Iranian magosh, became the root of the Latin magia and eventually of the English word magic itself. The three wise men of the Christian nativity narrative are magi, magicians, in the original sense of the word, representatives of a tradition of astronomical and divinatory knowledge so ancient and so respected that it was appropriate for them to recognize and honor the birth of a divine figure. Merlin, the wizard of the Arthurian tradition, whose specific character was assembled from several distinct earlier figures, including the wild prophet Myrddin of Welsh legend and the prophetic figures of the early medieval British literary tradition, represents the specific form the magician takes in the Northern European imagination. The advisor of kings, the keeper of knowledge that power requires but cannot itself generate, the figure who stands between the human world and the world of forces that the human world depends on but cannot directly access. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great Hermes, the legendary author of the Hermetic corpus, the figure who synthesized Greek, Egyptian, and Near Eastern magical and philosophical traditions into the body of knowledge that would eventually be called Hermeticism, represents the magician as sage, as the keeper of the tradition's deepest theoretical knowledge. These three figures, the priestly astronomer, the royal advisor, the philosophical sage, are the three faces of the magician that the tradition has returned to, in every culture and every century, as the human imagination's primary ways of representing the specific power that special knowledge of the hidden world confers. Fact 8. Magic and religion, the border that never holds. The distinction between magic and religion, the attempt to draw a clear and stable boundary between the legitimate worship of divine powers and the illegitimate manipulation of supernatural forces, is one of the most persistent and most consistently unsuccessful projects in the history of Western religious thought, a boundary that every major religious institution has attempted to enforce, and that the actual practice of every religious community has always, in one way or another, dissolved. The specific anxiety about magic that appears in the religious legislation of ancient Rome, in the biblical prohibitions of the Hebrew scriptures, in the theological writings of the Church Fathers, in the witch-hunting manuals of the 15th and 16th centuries, and in the colonial missionary literature of the 19th century, is always, at some level, an anxiety about the boundary itself, about the impossibility of maintaining the distinction between prayer and spell, between the sacred ritual and the magical procedure, between the legitimate use of supernatural power and the illegitimate one. The Hebrew Bible's prohibitions against magic, against the consultations of familiar spirits, against divination, against the practitioners the King James Version calls witches and wizards and soothsayers, are extensive and emphatic, their emphatic quality itself evidence that the practices being prohibited were widespread among the populations they were directed at, embedded in the same cultural context that produced the prohibitions. The specific objects that the biblical text condemns, the teraphim, the household figurines that served both as ancestor images and as divination tools, the ephod, the priestly garment used for oracular consultation, the Urim and Thummim, the sacred lots used to determine divine will, are in their practical function indistinguishable from the magical instruments that the same text condemns in other hands. The difference is authorization. Authorized by the correct religious institution, the practice is religion. Performed outside that authorization, it is magic. This structural identity between the authorized religious practice and the unauthorized magical one is the specific insight that the anthropological study of magic has made most clearly and most consistently over the past century. And it is an insight that the tradition's own practitioners have always known at some level, even when they found it inconvenient to acknowledge. The priest and the magician stand in the same relationship to the sacred. The difference between them has always been a matter of institution rather than of kind. Fact 9. The grimoire, books that should not be opened. Among all the material objects associated with the history of magic, the wand, the cauldron, the crystal ball, the pentagram inscribed on the floor, none carries a more charged or more culturally resonant history than the grimoire. The magical handbook, the book of spells and rituals and invocations and the names of spirits, the written record of the practitioner's knowledge, whose existence as a physical object embodying dangerous power has made it, across the history of the tradition, simultaneously the most sought and the most suppressed form of written text in the Western world. The word grimoire derives, through French, from the Old French grammaire, grammar, a book of learning, and the etymology is revealing. The grimoire is the textbook of the art, the systematic written transmission of the knowledge that distinguishes the practitioner from the uninitiated. The earliest surviving texts that can be identified as grimoires in this sense are the Greek magical papyri of Egypt, a collection of texts dating primarily from the 2nd through 5th centuries of the Common Era, preserved in the dry conditions of the Egyptian desert, that contain the most extensive surviving handbook of ancient ritual magic. Recipes for love spells and curse tablets and divination procedures, and the invocation of specific divine and demonic powers, written in a mixture of Greek, Coptic, and Demotic that reflects the specifically multicultural magical tradition of Roman Egypt. The medieval and early modern European grimoire tradition, the Key of Solomon, the Lesser Key of Solomon or Lemegeton, the Grand Grimoire, the 6th and 7th books of Moses, the various texts attributed to Albertus Magnus, is a body of literature whose influence on the subsequent history of Western occultism has been enormous and whose history as physical objects is a history of concealment, destruction, and clandestine transmission. They were burned by ecclesiastical authorities and copied by their custodians in the same moment. They were condemned from the pulpit and purchased from the bookseller's back room in the same city in the same year. They were the most dangerous books in Europe and the most sought. A text that powerful people want destroyed has a specific kind of authority that no approved text can achieve. The grimoire understood this. It has always survived. Fact 10. Magic at 10. The power beneath everything. We have arrived at the 10th fact of our journey through the history of magic, and already the shape of the tradition we are following has revealed itself to be something far more ancient, far more serious, and far more deeply embedded in the structure of human civilization than the popular image of the magician with the pointed hat and the wand could possibly suggest. We began with the question of what magic actually is, and found that the question resists every attempt to give it a final answer, that the boundary between magic and religion and science is a boundary that every age has drawn in a different place, and that the actual practices of human beings have always dissolved. We descended into the painted caves of the Paleolithic, where the first shamans performed the first rituals in the first laboratories that the tradition would ever know. We stood in the Egyptian temple and heard Heka, the creative power of the spoken word, described as the force that preceded even the gods. We read the oldest spell books in the world, written in clay in Mesopotamia 4,000 years ago. We found the lead curse tablets buried in Greek grave and the Roman witches described in Horace and Lucan. We traced the magician as a figure through Zoroaster and Merlin and Hermes Trismegistus, meeting the same essential character in 3 very different faces. We examined the impossible boundary between magic and religion and found that it is, in the end, a boundary drawn by institutions rather than by the nature of the practices themselves. And we opened the grimoire, the book that should not be opened, and found that its power derives precisely from the attempts to suppress it. In the 90 facts that remain, we will follow the tradition forward, through the witch trials and the Renaissance magicians, through the Hermetic revival and the occult explosion of the 19th century, through Aleister Crowley and the chaos magicians and the contemporary practitioners who fill the bookshops and the internet with a tradition that was old when Rome was young. The power beneath everything is still there. It has never gone anywhere. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11. The Witch of Endor, magic in the biblical world. Among the many passages in the Hebrew Bible that document the presence of magical practice in the ancient Israelite world, none is more dramatically compelling, more theologically uncomfortable, or more revealing of the specific tension between official prohibition and widespread popular practice that characterizes the relationship between institutional religion and magic throughout the tradition's history than the story of Saul and the Witch of Endor, recorded in the first book of Samuel and presenting. In the narrative of Israel's first king, consulting a necromancer on the eve of his final battle, one of the oldest and most psychologically acute accounts of a person turning to magic at the moment when everything else has failed. Saul, the first king of Israel, was by the time of the story a man at the end of his resources, abandoned by the prophet Samuel, whose guidance had sustained his reign, deserted by the God of Israel, who refused to answer his prayers or his inquiries through the authorized channels of dreams and the Urim and Thummim, facing the Philistine army in a battle whose outcome he correctly anticipated would destroy him. In this extremity, he did what the text tells us he had previously forbidden. He sought out a woman who was a Baalat of, a mistress of the familiar spirit, a practitioner of the necromantic art of consulting the dead. He found her at Endor, disguised himself so she would not recognize him as the king who had expelled her kind from Israel, and asked her to call up the spirit of the dead prophet Samuel. She did. Samuel appeared. He told Saul what Saul already knew, that he would die the next day in battle, that his sons would die with him, that the kingdom would pass to David. And Saul fell to the ground in terror and exhaustion, and the Witch of Endor, the criminal, the outcast, the practitioner of the art that the king himself had suppressed, fed him, and attended to him with a compassion that the narrative records without irony and without condemnation. The story is theologically impossible within the framework of a religion that prohibits necromancy. Samuel genuinely appears, the magic genuinely works, and the woman who performs it is presented with dignity. The text knows what it prohibits. It also knows what the prohibition cannot reach. They are not always the same thing. Fact 12. Neoplatonism and theurgy, when philosophy became magic. In the intellectual world of the late Roman Empire, in the centuries between the 1st and the 5th of the Common Era, when the traditions of Greek philosophy and Eastern religious speculation were undergoing a series of profound mutual transformations in the cosmopolitan environment of a Mediterranean world connected by Roman roads and Roman commerce, a specific form of philosophical magic developed that would have an influence on the subsequent history of Western occultism, comparable to that of any other single tradition. Theurgy, from the Greek theos, God, and ergon, work. The work of the gods, or the working upon the gods, was the specific practice that the later Neoplatonic philosophical tradition, particularly in the school of Iamblichus in the 3rd and 4th centuries, elevated to the highest expression of the philosophical life, a practice in which the philosopher's engagement with the divine was not merely intellectual, not merely the contemplation of the forms or the ascent of the mind toward the one, but active, ritual, and material. Involving specific physical objects, specific spoken formulas, and specific ritual actions, whose correct performance produced real effects in the relationship between the human and the divine. Iamblichus, whose On the Mysteries, written in response to the skeptical questions of his teacher Porphyry, is the most important surviving theoretical account of theurgic practice, argued against the purely intellectual Neoplatonism of Plotinus that the ascent of the soul toward the divine could not be accomplished by philosophical contemplation alone. Because the soul was embedded in matter, and the ascent required the transformation of that material embeddedness, as well as the purification of the intellectual. The specific ritual actions of theurgy, the use of symbola and synthemata, specific material objects whose sympathetic connection to specific divine powers could draw those powers down into the material world. The theurgic animation of statues, making them receptive to divine inhabitation. The specific ritual practices of light working and sound working, whose effects were understood to operate on the subtle body of the practitioner, were not childish superstitions to be transcended by the mature philosopher, but the most advanced and most effective tools available for the specific work of divine union. The influence of Iamblichian theurgy on the subsequent history of Western magic is difficult to overestimate. The Renaissance Neoplatonism of Ficino and Pico della Mirandola drew directly on it. The ceremonial magic of the grimoire tradition incorporated its specific understanding of the relationship between material objects, divine powers, and human ritual action. And the specifically philosophical dimension it gave to magical practice, the insistence that the highest magic was also the highest philosophy, that the manipulation of supernatural forces was inseparable from the understanding of the structure of divine reality, became one of the most productive and most contested ideas in the entire history of the Western esoteric tradition. Magic, after Iamblichus, could not be simply dismissed as superstition without also dismissing a substantial portion of the philosophical inheritance of antiquity. The philosophers knew this. It made them uncomfortable. It also kept the tradition alive. Fact 13. Islamic magic, jinn, Solomon and the hidden world. The magical tradition of the Islamic world, one of the most extensive, most sophisticated, and most globally influential magical traditions in the history of human culture, whose specific practices and whose specific theoretical frameworks have shaped the magical traditions of sub-Saharan Africa, South and Southeast Asia, and the Mediterranean world as profoundly as the Greek and Latin magical traditions have shaped the Western European one, is organized around a cosmological understanding in which the visible human world is one of several interpenetrating layers of reality, and in which the beings that inhabit the other layers, the jinn, the angels, and the demonic powers, are as real and as practically significant as any human agent. The jinn, the beings of smokeless fire, created before humanity and existing in a parallel dimension of reality that occasionally intersects with the human world, are the most practically important supernatural beings in the popular magical tradition of the Islamic world. Their specific nature and their specific relationships with human beings forming the subject of an enormous body of law that has accumulated across 14 centuries of Islamic civilization, and that continues to be a living tradition in many Muslim-majority societies today. They are not, in the Islamic understanding, inherently malevolent. The Quran acknowledges that jinn can be Muslim as well as unbelieving, can be righteous or corrupt, but their power and their unpredictability make them the primary agents of magical harm and the primary targets of magical protection in the tradition's practical dimension. The figure of Solomon, the prophet king whose specific power over the jinn is affirmed in the Quran and elaborated in enormous detail in the later Islamic literary and magical tradition, is the most important single figure in the Islamic magical tradition, the master magician whose seal, whose ring, and whose knowledge of the names of the jinn and their hierarchies forms the theoretical foundation of the most important Islamic magical handbooks. The Shams al-Ma'arif, the son of Gnosis, compiled in 13th century Egypt, and still one of the most widely circulated magical texts in the Arab world, draws extensively on the Solomonic tradition. Its specific instructions for the invocation and binding of jinn through the use of divine names, geometric diagrams, and specific ritual conditions, forming a systematic magical technology whose sophistication and whose specific theoretical grounding rival the best of the European grimoire tradition. The hidden world is not empty. The tradition has always known exactly who lives there. Fact 14. Cunning folk, the magic of the village. The history of magic, as it is most commonly narrated, tends to focus on the figures at the tradition's most elaborated and most theoretically sophisticated extremes. The learned Renaissance magus with his library of hermetic texts and his carefully drawn magical diagrams on one side, and the diabolical witch of the witch trial confessions, flying to Sabbaths and consorting with the devil, on the other. Between these two figures, both of them in different ways, more literary construction than historical reality, stands the figure who was actually most responsible for the practical magical service that European communities relied upon across the entire medieval and early modern period. The cunning folk, the village practitioner of magic, whose specific skills were available to the ordinary person for ordinary problems, and whose practice formed the most significant and most widespread layer of the European magical tradition. Cunning folk known by different names in different regions. The wise men and wise women of England, the Benandanti of northern Italy, the cunning men and charmers of Wales and Scotland, the Devins-Garciers of France, were neither the learned ceremonial magicians of the elite tradition nor the diabolical witches of ecclesiastical paranoia, but working magical practitioners whose specific skills were oriented toward the practical needs of the communities they served. They found lost objects. They healed sick animals and sick people. They identified witches who had cursed their neighbors and provided the counter-magic required to break the curse. They made love charms and luck charms and protection charms for the specific circumstances of specific clients. They were paid for their services, modestly in cash or kind, and their practice was sufficiently accepted that their clients included not only the rural poor, but occasionally the clergy and the local gentry who found, when their own resources failed, that the cunning woman at the edge of the village knew things that the university physician and the parish priest did not. The cunning folk represent the specific form that magic takes when it is most deeply embedded in the fabric of ordinary life, most continuous with the everyday concerns of the people who use it, most responsive to the specific conditions of the specific community in which it operates, most resistant to the theological and philosophical elaborations that the learned tradition imposed on practices whose origins were far older and far more practical than any theory. They were not reading Agrippa or Ficino. They were using techniques that had been passed down, person to person, in the specific community of a specific region, for as long as anyone could remember. Their magic worked because it had always worked. The tradition had no other justification and needed none. Fact 15. Astrology, the magic written in the stars. Astrology, the practice of reading the positions and movements of celestial bodies as indicators of terrestrial events and human character, of finding in the specific configuration of planets and stars at the moment of a person's birth or at the moment of a specific question, the information required to understand the past, interpret the present, and anticipate the future, occupies a peculiar and revealing position in the history of magic. It is simultaneously one of the oldest continuous intellectual traditions in the history of human civilization, one of the most technically sophisticated practices in the pre-modern intellectual world, one of the most widely condemned forms of magical practice by both religious and scientific authorities in the periods of their greatest institutional power, and one of the most persistently popular belief systems in every period of recorded history, including the 21st century. The origins of astrological practice reach back to the Babylonian civilization of the 2nd millennium BCE, where the systematic observation of celestial phenomena, eclipses, planetary conjunctions, the appearance of comets, as omens of terrestrial events produced the first systematic body of astrological knowledge. The Enuma, Anu, and Lil, a series of approximately 70 clay tablets containing thousands of celestial omens and their terrestrial meanings, is the oldest surviving systematic astrological text and the foundation of the Western astrological tradition. The specific framework of the horoscope, the division of the sky into 12 houses corresponding to the 12 signs of the zodiac, with the positions of the planets at the moment of birth interpreted as indicators of the native's character and fate, was developed in Hellenistic Egypt in the last centuries BCE, combining Babylonian observational data with Greek geometrical astronomy and Egyptian decanic astrology into the specific system that, with modifications, remains the basis of Western astrological practice today. The specific relationship between astrology and magic is one of mutual dependence and mutual reinforcement. Astrology provides the theoretical framework, the system of correspondences between celestial positions and terrestrial influences, within which the timing of magical operations, the selection of appropriate materials, and the identification of favorable and unfavorable conditions for specific actions can be most systematically organized. The magician who knows that Saturn governs lead and melancholy and binding, that Mars governs iron and anger and conflict, that Venus governs copper and love and attraction, is using an astrological framework to organize their magical practice. The astrologer who reads a birth chart is performing an act of divination, of reading hidden patterns in the structure of observable phenomena that is structurally identical to every other form of magical divination. The stars and the spells have always been in the same conversation. Fact 16. The witch trials, when fear became law. Between approximately 1450 and 1750, the courts of Europe's secular and ecclesiastical, in Catholic and Protestant countries alike, in cities and in rural villages, in the learned centers of legal and theological sophistication, and in the most isolated communities of the most remote mountain valleys, tried, condemned, and executed between 40,000 and 60,000 people for the crime of witchcraft. For the alleged practice of maleficium, harmful magic performed in alliance with the devil, whose specific legal elaboration in the late medieval and early modern period produced the most sustained program of judicial killing for magical practice in the history of Western civilization. The specific intellectual development that transformed the prosecution of maleficent magic, a practice with a long legal history in both Roman and medieval law, into the mass phenomenon of the witch trials, was the elaboration of the concept of the diabolical pact. The theological and legal claim that the witch's power derived not from any natural or even supernatural ability of their own, but from an explicit contractual relationship with Satan, in which the witch renounced their Christian baptism, submitted to the devil's physical mark, and received in exchange the ability to perform magical harm. This development consolidated in the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, published by the Dominican inquisitors Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger in 1486, and one of the most widely printed books of the 15th century, transformed the prosecution of individual magical practitioners into a theological emergency. A systematic campaign against a secret organization of Satan's agents, whose infiltration of Christian society required urgent and comprehensive judicial response. The people who were tried and executed in the witch trials were not, in the vast majority of cases, practitioners of any organized magical tradition. They were ordinary people, predominantly women, predominantly old, predominantly poor, predominantly marginalized by the specific social dynamics of the communities that accused them, who were vulnerable to accusation precisely because they lacked the social resources to resist it effectively. The witch trials are not, in their historical reality, primarily a story about magic. They are primarily a story about power, about who in a given community has the authority to define the boundary between the acceptable and the criminal, and about what happens to the people who fall on the wrong side of that boundary when fear provides the justification for violence that economic and social resentment has long wanted to perform. Fact 17. The Kabbalah, the magic of the divine name. The Kabbalah, the body of Jewish mystical tradition that developed in southern France and Spain in the 12th and 13th centuries, building on earlier currents of Jewish mystical speculation to produce the most elaborate and most influential system of Jewish esoteric thought in the history of the tradition, occupies a position in the history of magic that is at once central and deeply contested. Claimed as a foundation by the Western ceremonial magical tradition, and rejected as a distortion by scholars of the Jewish mystical tradition proper, whose relationship to magic has always been one of careful and ambivalent negotiation. The Kabbalistic system, organized around the 10 Sephirot, the divine attributes through which the infinite God makes contact with the finite world, and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, each of which carries a specific numerical value and a specific cosmic significance, provided the Western magical tradition with one of its most powerful and most elaborated systems of correspondence. A map of the structure of divine reality that could be used not only for meditation and contemplation, but for practical magical operation, for the invocation of specific divine powers by the use of their specific Hebrew names, for the construction of amulets and protective formulas whose power derived from their specific combinations of divine names and letters. The specific practice of practical Kabbalah, the use of divine names, angelic names, and the specific letter combinations of the Kabbalistic tradition for magical purposes, has a history within the Jewish tradition itself that is long and contested, from the late antique Hekkalot literature, whose specific techniques of divine name invocation are the earliest Jewish mystical texts to contain clear magical elements, through the medieval tradition of the Golem. The artificial being animated by the inscription of divine names, to the amulet writing tradition of the early modern period, whose practitioners served Jewish communities across Europe and the Middle East with protective magic grounded in Kabbalistic theory. The Christian appropriation of Kabbalah, developed by Pico della Mirandola, Johannes Reuchlin, and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa in the late 15th and early 16th centuries, absorbed this practical dimension along with the theoretical, producing a specifically Christian magical Kabbalah that became one of the most important components of the Renaissance magical synthesis. The divine name contains everything. The tradition has spent 2,000 years learning to pronounce it. Fact 18. The medieval church and magic, the institution that could not decide. The relationship between the medieval Christian church and the magical practices of the populations it served is one of the most complex, most self-contradictory, and most historically revealing relationships in the entire history of institutional religion. A relationship in which the same institution that condemned magic in its theological pronouncements relied on magical practices in its liturgical and devotional life. In which the same bishops who prosecuted cunning folk used blessed water and consecrated candles, and the invocation of saints for purposes structurally identical to those of the practitioners they condemned. The theological condemnation of magic by the medieval church was rooted in the patristic tradition, in Augustine's argument that all magic involved implicit or explicit pact with demons, that the effects attributed to magical practice were either demonic deceptions or demonic operations, and that the Christian's engagement with supernatural power must be confined to the authorized channels of prayer, sacrament, and the intercession of the saints. This theological framework was clear in its implications. Magic was always either fraud or diabolism, and the Christian must have nothing to do with either. The theological literature of the medieval period repeated this condemnation in various formulations across 9 centuries. The pastoral reality was considerably more complicated. The Church's own liturgical practice was saturated with what a sufficiently skeptical observer might reasonably have identified as magical procedure. The specific words of consecration that transformed bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, spoken by an authorized priest in the correct ritual context, produced a specific physical transformation in specific material objects, a claim structurally identical to the magician's claim that the correct words spoken in the correct ritual context produce specific effects in the material world. The use of blessed water, blessed salt, consecrated candles, holy medals, and the relics of saints as protection against illness, bad luck, and demonic interference was universal in medieval Christian practice and entirely continuous with the practical magical tradition that the Church condemned. The institution could not decide because the question was genuinely undecidable. The line between sacred and magical power was not a line that could be drawn without cutting through the middle of the institution itself. Fact 19. Sympathetic magic, like affects like. Among the theoretical principles that the anthropological and historical study of magic has identified as the most fundamental and most widely distributed organizing ideas in magical practice across cultures and across history, none is more basic, more immediately intuitive, or more persistently productive of specific magical techniques than the principle that James George Frazer, in his monumental comparative study of magic and religion The Golden Bough, published between 1890 and 1915, called the law of sympathy, the principle that things that have been in contact with each other continue to affect each other after separation, and that things that resemble each other are connected by a relationship of mutual influence that magical action can exploit. Frazer divided sympathetic magic into two specific forms. Homeopathic magic, the magic of similarity, operates on the principle that like produces like, that an action performed on an image or representation of a person or thing produces the same effect on the actual person or thing. The wax image pierced with pins, the effigy burned in the fire, the drawn picture torn in half, these are all expressions of homeopathic magic, the use of a representation as a vehicle for affecting the thing represented. Contagious magic, the magic of contact, operates on the principle that things that have been in contact retain a connection after separation, so that an action performed on something that was once part of a person, their hair, their nail clippings, their clothing, their blood, affects the person to whom it belonged, regardless of the distance between the item and its original owner. These two principles, so simple in their statement, so pervasive in their application, appear in magical traditions, so widely distributed across time and culture, that their universality constitutes one of the most striking patterns in the comparative study of human belief, in the depictions of ancient Greece and the voodoo dolls of popular imagination, in the Egyptian execration figurines designed to harm enemies, and the healing sympathies of Renaissance natural magic. In the contagious magic of the witch trial confessions and the relic veneration of the medieval church, in the homeopathic pharmaceutical tradition that treats like with like, and the psychoanalytic concept of transference, the principles of sympathetic magic are not the properties of a specific cultural tradition or a specific historical period. They appear to be properties of the human mind, the specific cognitive architecture that perceives connection where physical causation does not require it, and that acts on that perception as though it were as reliable as any other form of knowledge. The image is never merely an image. The tradition has always known this. Fact 20. Magic at 20, the web of the world. We have arrived at the 20th fact of our journey through the history of magic, and the full breadth of the tradition, its geographical extent, its temporal depth, its theoretical sophistication, and its practical ubiquity in the life of every human civilization that has left a record of its inner life, has by now become visible in something of its true scale. In these first 20 facts, we have established the foundations, the impossibility of defining magic cleanly, its origins in the shamanic practice of the Paleolithic, its elaboration in the temple traditions of Egypt and the clay tablet libraries of Mesopotamia, its presence in the legal and literary culture of Greece and Rome. We have met the Witch of Endor, performing her impossible condemned ritual with a compassion the text could not quite suppress. We have followed philosophy into the magical through the theurgy of Iamblichus. We have entered the jinn-inhabited world of Islamic magic and the divine name world of the Kabbalah. We have sat with the cunning folk at the village edge and watched the medieval church condemn the magic it could not live without. We have traced the stars through the astrological tradition and followed the terror of the witch trials to its roots in the specific anxieties of specific communities. And we have identified, in the law of sympathy, the most fundamental cognitive principle on which the entire practical tradition rests. What these 20 facts have established is that magic is not a peripheral or aberrant feature of human civilization, but one of its most fundamental expressions, the specific form that the human relationship to the unknown takes when it is most practically engaged, most urgently motivated, and most deeply rooted in the actual texture of everyday life. In the 80 facts ahead, we will follow this tradition forward, through the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, through the occult revival and the birth of modern paganism, through Aleister Crowley and chaos magic and the 21st century practitioner lighting candles on a Tuesday night. The web of the world is still there. It has never been dismantled. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 21, Renaissance magic, Ficino, Pico, and the Hermetic revival. In the middle decades of the 15th century, a series of manuscript discoveries and translations produced one of the most consequential intellectual events in the history of Western magic. Recovery and Latin translation of the Hermetic corpus, the body of texts attributed to the legendary Hermes Trismegistus, supposedly the most ancient philosopher-magician of the Egyptian tradition, and its introduction into the learned culture of Renaissance Florence, where it encountered a philosophical environment already primed by the recovery of Platonic and Neoplatonic texts to receive it as the confirmation of a synthesis that Renaissance humanism had been reaching toward for decades. The result was the most elaborate and most philosophically sophisticated reformulation of the Western magical tradition since the Neoplatonic theurgy of Iamblichus, a reformulation whose influence on the subsequent history of the tradition, on art, on science, on philosophy, on the development of ceremonial magic, has never been fully traced or fully assessed. Marsilio Ficino, the Florentine scholar commissioned by Cosimo de' Medici to translate the Hermetic texts, who interrupted his translation of Plato to do so at Cosimo's urgent request, an urgency that itself reflects the specific importance the Medici patron assigned to these texts, developed from the Hermetic materials and the Neoplatonic tradition, a theory of natural magic centered on the concept of spiritus. The subtle mediating substance that permeated the cosmos, and through which the influences of the celestial bodies were transmitted to earthly matter, and through which the properly trained magician could draw down those influences and direct them for practical and spiritual purposes. Ficino's natural magic was explicitly distinguished from demonic magic. It operated through natural correspondences rather than through the invocation of spirits, and was presented as continuous with philosophy, medicine, and the understanding of natural law rather than as an alternative to them. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, whose Oration on the Dignity of Man, written as the introduction to a planned disputation of 900 theses drawn from every available philosophical and theological tradition, is often described as the manifesto of Renaissance humanism, added to Ficino's natural magic, the specific contribution of Christian Kabbalah. Arguing that the Kabbalistic tradition provided the most powerful available confirmation of the truth of Christian theology and the most powerful available tool for the practical operation of magic. Pico's synthesis, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, natural magic, and Kabbalah combined into a single philosophical system, whose ambition was to reconcile all available wisdom into a unified account of the structure of reality, set the agenda for the Western esoteric tradition for the next 4 centuries, and provided the theoretical foundation on which every subsequent major figure in that tradition built. Fact 22. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the Encyclopedist of Magic. If a single text can be identified as the foundational encyclopedia of the Western magical tradition, the work that assembled, organized, and synthesized the full range of the tradition's theoretical principles and practical techniques into a single systematic account, comprehensive enough to serve as both an introduction to the art and a reference for the practitioner. That text is the 3 books of occult philosophy, composed by the German physician, soldier, lawyer, and scholar Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim, and published in its complete form in 1531, after a decade of revision and suppression. The 3 books is the most ambitious and most influential work of magical theory produced in the Western tradition, a work whose specific contents shaped the ceremonial magical tradition from its own century to the present, whose influence on subsequent occultists from John Dee to Eliphas Levi to Aleister Crowley was direct and acknowledged, and whose encyclopedic scope, incorporating natural magic, celestial magic, and ceremonial magic within a single theoretical framework derived from Neoplatonic, Hermetic, and Kabbalistic sources, has never been matched in the breadth of its synthetic ambition. Agrippa's 3 books correspond to 3 levels of magical operation. The first book deals with natural magic, the use of the specific properties of natural substances, of elemental forces, of the specific correspondences between plants, animals, stones, colors, and planetary influences that the tradition of natural philosophy had identified and that the magician could exploit without any invocation of supernatural beings. The second book deals with celestial or mathematical magic, astrology, numerology, and the use of the specific structures of celestial influence to organize and time magical operations. The third book deals with ceremonial or religious magic, the invocation of angels and divine names, the use of ritual action and sacred speech to establish contact with the intelligences of the higher world and to request or compel their assistance. The man who wrote this comprehensive account of the magical arts was also, throughout his life, a figure of extraordinary personal instability, repeatedly arrested, repeatedly in financial difficulty, repeatedly in conflict with the ecclesiastical and secular authorities of the towns he lived in, a person whose specific combination of intellectual brilliance and social vulnerability made him the perfect embodiment of the magician as the tradition imagined him. The person whose knowledge of the hidden structure of reality placed him permanently outside the social structures that knowledge was supposed to serve. He died in poverty in 1535, 4 years after the publication of the work that would make him immortal in the tradition he summarized. Fact 23. John Dee, the mathematician who spoke with angels. John Dee, the Elizabethan mathematician, cartographer, astrologer, and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, who has appeared already in these accounts in his role as alchemical visionary and partner of Edward Kelly, deserves separate treatment in the history of magic for his specific contribution to the magical tradition that is distinct from his alchemical work. The development, through a series of scrying sessions conducted between 1582 and 1589, of an entirely new magical system, whose theoretical ambition was nothing less than the recovery of the original language of creation, the language that God had spoken in the act of making the world, and whose specific techniques and specific symbolic materials constituted the most elaborate and most consequential innovation in Western ceremonial magic between Agrippa's encyclopedic synthesis and the Victorian occult revival. Dee was not, in his own self-understanding, a magician in any transgressive sense. He was a natural philosopher and a devout Christian whose specific engagement with the angelic world was understood by him as a continuation of his scientific and theological work rather than as an alternative to it. His scrying sessions with Edward Kelly, conducted using a polished obsidian mirror and later a crystal ball that Dee maintained he had received from an angel, were meticulously recorded in diaries that survive and have been published, providing the most detailed documentary record of an extended practical magical working in the history of the Western tradition. What the angels communicated, as Kelly reported and Dee recorded, was an elaborate system, a language called Enochian, spoken by the angels and lost to humanity since the expulsion from Eden, a series of calls or keys in that language whose pronunciation in the correct order would open the gates of the celestial realms, and a body of symbolic and cosmological information organized around a series of tablets, seals, and geometrical figures whose relationship to each other constituted the grammar of the new magical system. The Enochian system, whose specific authenticity Dee believed in completely, whose specific status as revealed truth or sophisticated self-deception or creative co-production between two unusual minds has been debated ever since, became one of the most influential contributions to the Western ceremonial magical tradition. Incorporated into the system of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in the 19th century, and into the magical practice of Aleister Crowley in the 20th, and still used by ceremonial magicians in the 21st century as a framework for angelic communication. Whether the angels actually spoke is a question that cannot be settled. That Dee heard them, and that what he heard has shaped the magical tradition for 4 centuries, is historical fact. Fact 24. Divination, reading the world's hidden script. Among all the specific practices that constitute the magical tradition across cultures and across history, none is more universally distributed, more continuously practiced, or more deeply rooted in the specific cognitive architecture of the human mind than divination. The practice of reading the hidden structure of past, present, or future events in the patterns of observable phenomena, whether those phenomena are the movements of stars and planets, the cracks in a heated bone, the arrangement of thrown lots, the lines of the hand, the flight of birds, the patterns of thrown cards, the surface of still water, or any of the hundreds of other specific systems that human cultures have developed for the purpose of finding information in the visible world about the invisible one. Specific systems of divination that have developed across the world's cultures are so numerous and so varied in their specific techniques and their specific theoretical frameworks that the catalogue of them constitutes a significant portion of the entire comparative study of religion and magic. Astrology, the divination of celestial patterns. Geomancy, the divination of earth patterns. Claromancy, the divination of thrown lots. Chiromancy, the reading of the hand. Cartomancy, the reading of cards. Oniromancy, the interpretation of dreams. Necromancy, the consultation of the dead. Pyromancy, the reading of fire, and dozens of other named systems whose specific history in specific cultures forms one of the richest and most detailed bodies of comparative data available to the scholar of magical practice. The theoretical foundation that all these different systems share, despite their enormous differences in specific technique, is the cosmological assumption that the world is a unified system in which every part is connected to every other part through relationships of correspondence and sympathy, and that the specific pattern of any observable set of phenomena at any specific moment reflects, if read correctly, the state of the whole system at that moment. If the cosmos is a text, divination is its reading. If the universe is a web of correspondences, Divination is the art of tracing the specific threads from the visible pattern to the invisible cause. The Stoic philosophers articulated this theoretical foundation with particular clarity, but the practical insight on which it rests, that the world is more interconnected than it appears, that nothing is truly random, that every observable pattern carries more information than the casual observer perceives, is older than any philosophical system that has ever tried to account for it. Fact 25. African magic, Vodun, Sangoma, and the living world. The magical traditions of Africa, diverse beyond any easy summary, rooted in cosmological frameworks that differ profoundly from those of the Western magical tradition, in their specific understanding of the relationship between the human and the divine, the living and the dead, the individual and the community, constitute one of the richest and most practically active bodies of magical practice in the contemporary world, and one of the most consistently misrepresented by the Western observers who have written about them from the colonial period to the present. The caricature of African magic as primitive, fearful, and superstitious, produced by the specific combination of colonial condescension and missionary anxiety that shaped most of the early Western accounts of African religious practice, has been progressively replaced, in contemporary scholarship, by a recognition of the philosophical sophistication, the practical effectiveness, and the specific human wisdom embedded in traditions whose continuous development over thousands of years has produced systems of remarkable complexity and remarkable resilience. Vodun, the religious and magical tradition of the Fon and Yu peoples of West Africa, whose diaspora dispersal through the transatlantic slave trade produced the related traditions of Haitian Vodou, Cuban Santeria, and Brazilian Candomblé, is organized around a cosmological understanding in which the world is inhabited by a hierarchy of divine powers called Vodun, each governing specific domains of natural and human experience, and in which the relationship between the human community and these powers is maintained through specific ritual practices of offering, possession, and prayer, whose correct performance sustains the order of the world and whose neglect disrupts it. The specific practice of spirit possession, the temporary inhabitation of a devotee's body by a Vodun during a ritual ceremony, is the most visible and most misunderstood aspect of the tradition, understood by practitioners as a sacred form of divine communication and misrepresented by Western observers as pathology or fraud. The Sangoma of Southern Africa, the diviner healer whose specific role in Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, and related communities involves the diagnosis of illness and misfortune through spirit-mediated divination and the prescription of specific ritual and herbal treatments, represents a tradition of magical healing practice that integrates the psychological, the social, and the physical dimensions of illness in a framework whose sophistication modern medical anthropology has only recently begun to appreciate. The Sangoma's diagnosis addresses not only the physical symptoms of illness, but the social disruption, the broken relationship, the unavenged wrong, the ancestors' displeasure, that the tradition understands as the ultimate cause of the physical manifestation. The treatment must address all levels. The tradition has always known that the body and the community are not separate systems. Fact 26. The doctrine of signatures, nature as magical text. Among the theoretical principles that shape the practical application of magic in the Western tradition, particularly in the domains of magical healing and the magical use of natural substances, none was more widely accepted, more practically influential in the development of herbal medicine, or more revealing of the specifically magical understanding of the natural world as a text whose surface conceals a deeper meaning than the doctrine of signatures. The principle that the physical appearance of natural objects, their shape, their color, their texture, their taste, their smell, reveals their specific spiritual and medicinal properties, because a benevolent God or a meaningful cosmos has inscribed in the visible form of each natural thing the information required to understand its hidden power. The doctrine of signatures is most closely associated with Paracelsus, who articulated it with characteristic force and characteristic excess in the 16th century, but its roots are far older, present in the Pythagorean tradition of numerical and geometrical correspondence, in the Platonic idea that visible forms participate in intelligible realities, and in the widespread practical tradition of folk herbalism that assigned medicinal uses to plants on the basis of their visual resemblance to the organs or conditions they were supposed to treat. The walnut, whose kernel resembles the human brain in its convoluted surface, is good for diseases of the head. The liverwort, whose leaf shape resembles the liver, treats liver conditions. The eyebright, whose flower resembles an eye with a dark pupil, is used in eye complaints. The yellow turmeric treats jaundice. The red sap of the dragon's blood plant stanches bleeding. These correspondences are, from the perspective of modern pharmacology, without causal foundation. The shape of a walnut has no relationship to its biochemical effects on brain tissue, but the doctrine of signatures was not primarily a pharmacological claim. It was a cosmological one, the claim that the natural world is organized by the same principles of correspondence and meaningful connection that the magical tradition identified throughout the cosmos, and that the person who learns to read the signatures inscribed in natural forms by the divine creative intelligence will find, in the landscape around them, a complete magical pharmacy whose specific contents are available to anyone with eyes to see. The world is a text. The tradition has always insisted on this. The doctrine of signatures is one of the most practical expressions of that insistence. Fact 27. The magical properties of words, names, spells, and the power of speech. The belief that words carry a specific power beyond their communicative function, that the correctly spoken word or the correctly written formula can produce effects in the physical world that no physical mechanism could account for, that the name of a thing or a person or a supernatural being contains within it a form of access to that thing's or person's or being's essential nature that knowing and correctly using the name makes available, is one of the most universal and most deeply embedded convictions in the entire history of magical practice, present in traditions so widely separated in time and culture that its universality constitutes, like the principle of sympathetic magic, one of the most striking patterns in the comparative study of human belief. The specific form of this belief varies across traditions in ways that reflect the specific cosmological frameworks within which each tradition operates. In the Egyptian tradition, the Ren, the true name, was one of the essential components of the human person, as real and as important as the physical body, and the knowledge of a person's true name gave power over them that no merely physical advantage could provide. The myth of Isis and Ra, in which Isis tricks the sun god Ra into revealing his secret name, thereby gaining access to his divine power, is the most dramatic expression of this understanding in the Egyptian corpus, its narrative logic depending entirely on the specific power that the true name confers. In the Kabbalistic tradition, the divine names, the 72 names of God, the specific letter combinations through which the divine power manifests in different aspects, are the primary tools of magical operation, their correct pronunciation in the correct ritual context producing effects whose power is grounded in the specific relationship between linguistic form and divine reality that the Kabbalistic theory of language articulates. In the shamanic traditions of the circumpolar peoples, the specific songs and chants of the shaman, whose precise formulation was as important as any other aspect of the ritual, were understood as the verbal vehicles through which the shaman's communication with the spirit world was conducted, their specific words and specific melodies carrying a content that the ordinary communication of ordinary language could not convey. In the Vedic tradition, the specific sounds of the Sanskrit syllables of the Vedic hymns were understood to have a cosmic efficacy independent of their semantic content, the correct pronunciation of the correct sounds producing specific effects in the structure of reality, regardless of whether the practitioner understood their meaning. The word does not merely describe the world. In the magical understanding, the word is part of the world's substance. Speaking it changes what is. Fact 28. The magical circle, sacred space, and protected ground. Among the specific practical techniques of the ceremonial magical tradition, the elaborate system of Western ritual magic that developed from the grimoire tradition of the medieval period and reached its fullest elaboration in the work of the 19th century occult orders. None is more central to the practice, more extensively described in the magical handbooks, or more revealing of the specific cosmological understanding that underlies the tradition than the magical circle. The boundary drawn on the floor of the ritual space, within which the magician stands during the performance of the operation, and which serves simultaneously as a zone of protection from the forces being invoked, and as a concentration of the practitioner's will and intention in the specific sacred space required for the work. The specific significance of the circle in magical practice is rooted in the universal human understanding of the circle as the primary symbol of wholeness, completion, and the sacred. A symbol so deeply embedded in human symbolic thought that its specific uses in magical ritual are continuous with its uses in religious architecture, in cosmological diagrams, in the design of sacred space across cultures and across millennia. The stone circles of Neolithic Europe, the mandalas of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the medicine wheels of the Plains Indians, the rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. These are all expressions of the same understanding of the circle as the geometric form that most perfectly expresses the sacred, the complete, and the bounded. The magical circle is the operationalized version of this universal symbolic intuition, the deliberate creation, for the duration of a specific ritual operation, of a bounded sacred space that is simultaneously separated from the ordinary world and concentrated into a zone of heightened magical potential. The specific instructions for the construction of the magical circle in the grimoire tradition are extraordinarily detailed, specifying the exact dimensions, the specific divine names and angelic names to be inscribed at specific points on the circumference, the specific ritual actions required for its consecration, and the specific consequences of stepping outside it during the operation before the ritual is properly concluded. These details are not mere formalism. They reflect a specific understanding of the magical operation as a negotiation with forces that are genuinely dangerous if not properly contained, and of the circle as the specific technology of containment that makes the negotiation possible without being consumed by it. The magician stands in the circle because the circle is the only place from which the work can safely be done. Everything inside it is sacred. Everything outside it is everything else. Fact 29. Magic and gender, the witch, the wise woman, and the sorceress. The relationship between magic and gender, the specific ways in which the magical tradition has been shaped by, has reflected, and has in turn reinforced the gender structures of the societies in which it has been practiced, is one of the most revealing and most politically charged dimensions of the tradition's history. A dimension whose complexity resists both the simple narrative of female victimization at the hands of male magical and judicial establishments, and the equally simple counter-narrative of a primordial female magical tradition suppressed by patriarchal religion and now being recovered. The association between women and magic, between the female practitioner and the specific forms of magical knowledge that the tradition has most consistently assigned to women, is a feature of virtually every culture that has produced a magical tradition, and it operates in a characteristically double register. The female magician is simultaneously more feared and more sought than her male counterpart, her specific knowledge more dangerous and more valuable, her practice more transgressive and more necessary. The wise woman at the edge of the village and the terrifying witch who flies to the Sabbath are the same figure, seen from different distances by observers with different needs. The community that consults her on Monday and denounces her on Friday, seeking in both the protection of the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary that she represents and maintains. The specific historical reality that the statistical analysis of witch trial records has revealed that approximately 75% of those tried and executed for witchcraft in the European trials were women. With the proportion varying significantly by region and period, does not reflect a genuine predominance of women in the actual practice of maleficent magic, since the magical tradition in its full historical breadth shows no such predominance. It reflects the specific intersection of the magical belief system with the gender anxieties of early modern European society, in which the specific attributes assigned to women, their closer relationship to the body, their lesser capacity for rational self-control, their ambiguous social position, made them the culturally appropriate vehicles for a specific form of transgression that the society needed to identify and punish. The witch was not primarily a practitioner of magic. She was a figure on which a specific set of social anxieties were projected. The real women who were executed in her name were the collateral damage of a symbolic system in which they had no say. Facts 30, Magic at 30, the tradition in full. We have arrived at the 30th fact of our journey through the history of magic, and the tradition has by now revealed itself in enough of its dimensions to appreciate the scale of what we are following. Not a single lineage, not a single system, not a single culture's engagement with the supernatural, but a vast, multidimensional, globally distributed conversation between human beings and the hidden structure of the world that they inhabit. A conversation conducted in 100 languages and 1,000 symbolic systems, and across 5,000 years of documented history. In the last 10 facts, we have entered the Renaissance and found the Hermetic Revival reconstituting the magical tradition on the most philosophically ambitious foundation it had yet occupied, in the work of Ficino and Pico and Agrippa. We have sat in Dee's study and listened to the angels speak Enochian. We have followed divination through its 100 specific systems and found in all of them the same fundamental cosmological claim, that the world is connected enough that any observable pattern carries information about the whole. We have entered the African magical traditions and found cosmological frameworks of remarkable sophistication. We have read the world through the doctrine of signatures. We have heard the power that the tradition assigns to the spoken name. We have stood inside the magical circle and understood why the boundary matters. And we have confronted the specific intersection of magic and gender that produced the witch trials and that shaped, and continues to shape, the specific social dynamics through which magical practice and magical accusation are distributed. The tradition is now fully visible in its complexity. older than any civilization that practices it, embedded in every culture that has left a record of its inner life, resistant to every attempt to define it cleanly or to eliminate it completely, persistent in the face of philosophical critique and theological condemnation and scientific dismissal, with the specific persistence of something that meets a need that no other institution has been able to fully replace. In the 70 facts ahead, we follow it forward. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31. The evil eye, the world's most universal magical belief. If a single magical belief can be identified as the most widely distributed across human cultures, the most consistently documented across the broadest range of historical periods and geographical locations, and the most persistently operative in the practical daily lives of the largest number of people in the contemporary world, that belief is the evil eye, the conviction that a specific quality of malevolent attention, directed by one person at another through the medium of the gaze, can cause illness, misfortune, and death in the person who is its object, operating through the specific power of envy or malice to transmit harm at a distance without any physical contact between the practitioner and the victim. The evil eye, known as ayin hara in Hebrew, nazar in Turkish and Arabic, malocchio in Italian, mal de ojo in Spanish, jettatura in Neapolitan dialect, is documented in the cuneiform texts of ancient Mesopotamia, in the papyri of ancient Egypt, in the classical literature of Greece and Rome, in the Talmud and the New Testament, in the medieval Islamic legal literature, in the ethnographic records of sub-Saharan Africa, in the folk traditions of South and Southeast Asia, and in the contemporary practices of communities from the Turkish villages of Anatolia to the Italian-American neighborhoods of New York City to the markets of Marrakesh and Mumbai. No other single magical belief has this geographical range, this historical depth, and this contemporary vitality. The evil eye is not a belief that belongs to any one culture or any one period. It appears to belong to the human species. The specific protective techniques developed against the evil eye are as diverse as the cultures that fear it, and as uniform as the underlying anxiety that generates them. The blue glass amulet with the eye design, the nazar bonkugu that hangs in Turkish homes and businesses, and that has become, in the 21st century, one of the most globally distributed decorative objects in the world, is one of thousands of protective devices whose common function is to deflect, absorb, or return the harmful attention of the envious gaze before it can reach its intended target. The red thread tied around the wrist in the Jewish folk tradition, the hand of Fatima hung at the entrance of homes across the Arab world, the specific gestures and verbal formulas used to ward off the eye in Mediterranean cultures, these are all expressions of the same underlying magical logic, that the evil eye is real, that its power is dangerous, and that the correct counter-magical technique, properly applied, can protect against it. The world fears the envious gaze. It has always feared it. It has always found ways to look back. Fact 32. Eliphas Levi, the man who reinvented Western magic. In the middle decades of the 19th century, when the materialist scientific worldview that the Enlightenment had established was at its most confident and most intellectually dominant, a former Catholic seminarian named Alphonse Louis Constant, writing under the Hebrew pseudonym Eliphas Levi, published two works that single-handedly rescued the Western magical tradition from the intellectual margins to which 3 centuries of scientific revolution and Enlightenment rationalism had consigned it, and reconstituted it on a new theoretical foundation that would shape every subsequent development in Western occultism from the Victorian era to the present day. The Doctrine and Ritual of High Magic, published in 1855, and The History of Magic, published in 1860, presented the magical tradition not as a collection of superstitious practices, but as a coherent philosophical system, rooted in the same fundamental insights about the nature of reality that the greatest philosophical and religious traditions of the world had expressed in their different vocabularies, and capable of being understood and practiced by a modern, educated person without abandoning either their reason or their scientific understanding of the physical world. Levi's specific theoretical contribution was the concept of the astral light, a subtle universal medium that permeated the cosmos and that served as the specific vehicle through which magical effects were transmitted and through which the magician's will acted on the physical world. The astral light was not a supernatural entity, it was a natural force, as real as electricity or magnetism, both of which had recently been discovered and whose invisible action at a distance made them, for Levi, the scientific confirmation of the magical tradition's oldest claims. The magician who trained their will and their imagination sufficiently could direct the astral light through the force of concentrated intention, producing effects in the physical world through a mechanism that was, in principle, as scientific as any other natural force. Levi also produced the most influential magical image in the modern Western tradition. His illustration of the Baphomet, the hermaphroditic goat-headed figure enthroned with one hand pointing up and one pointing down, the embodiment of the Hermetic axiom as above so below, which has become the most recognized symbol of Western occultism in the 2 centuries, since its publication, and which appears, in various forms, in everything from the iconography of the Church of Satan to heavy metal album covers to the proceedings of witch trial hysteria in both directions. Deployed by those who want to evoke the tradition and by those who want to condemn it, Levi drew a single image that captured something essential about the tradition. The image has been impossible to look away from ever since. Fact 33. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Victorian magical institution. In 1888, 3 Freemasons, William Wynne Westcott, William Robert Woodman and Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, founded in London an initiatory magical order whose specific synthesis of Kabbalistic theory, Hermetic philosophy, Enochian magic, tarot symbolism, and Egyptian religious imagery would produce in the course of the following 2 decades. The most influential institution in the history of Western ceremonial magic, and the training ground for a remarkable proportion of the most significant figures in the 20th century occult revival. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was active in its original form for only about 15 years before internal conflicts, revelations of fraudulent founding documents, and the specific personal dynamics of a membership that included some of the most difficult personalities of the late Victorian literary and occult world tore it apart. Its influence has never ended. The Golden Dawn's initiatory system, organized into 10 grades corresponding to the 10 Sephirot of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, each grade corresponding to a specific level of magical knowledge and a specific set of ritual practices, provided the most comprehensive and most systematically organized curriculum of magical training that the Western tradition had produced, drawing on Agrippa's encyclopedic synthesis, Dee's Enochian system, Levi's theoretical reconstitution, and the Kabbalistic tradition to create a complete magical education that could be transmitted through a defined sequence of initiations and associated study materials. The specific techniques of the Golden Dawn, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, the middle pillar exercise, the use of the tarot as a magical and meditative tool, the system of pathworkings on the Kabbalistic tree, are still the foundational practices of Western ceremonial magic in the 21st century, taught in occult orders and published in magical training manuals that draw directly on the Golden Dawn material. The membership list of the Golden Dawn reads, at its peak, like a who's who of the late Victorian and Edwardian intellectual and artistic world. William Butler Yeats, who was a devoted and serious magical practitioner rather than a dilettante, the actress Florence Farr, who was one of the order's most accomplished practitioners, the novelist Arthur Machen, the actress and feminist activist Maud Gonne, and Aleister Crowley, whose admission, expulsion, and subsequent career constitute a story so extraordinary that it demands its own fact in this account. The Golden Dawn was, among other things, a remarkable meeting point between the literary and artistic culture of the late Victorian period and the magical tradition, a place where the boundary between aesthetic and spiritual and magical practice was as productively porous as it had been in the Renaissance, when the same synthesis had produced some of the greatest art and some of the most influential magic of the Western tradition. Fact 34. Aleister Crowley, the Great Beast and the New Magic. Aleister Crowley, born Edward Alexander Crowley in 1875 to a Plymouth Brethren family in Warwickshire, dead in a Hastings boarding house in 1947, and in between these 2 points, the most celebrated, most condemned, most influential, and most deliberately provocative figure in the history of 20th century Western magic, deserves to be understood neither as the satanic monster of the popular press that dubbed him the wickedest man in the world, nor as the enlightened spiritual master that his more devoted followers have sometimes claimed, but as something more complex, more flawed, more genuinely significant, and more historically consequential than either caricature. A man of extraordinary intellectual ability and extraordinary personal destructiveness, who produced a body of magical theory and practice whose influence on the subsequent development of Western occultism has been second only to that of the grimoire tradition itself. Crowley's specific contribution to the magical tradition was the development of the lemma, the magical and philosophical system he claimed to have received in Cairo in April of 1904, when he believed that a discarnate intelligence called Awas dictated to him a text of 77 verses called the Book of the Law, whose central declaration, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," became the foundational axiom of the Thelemic system and one of the most misunderstood statements in the history of Western magic. The phrase was not, in Crowley's own understanding, an invitation to hedonistic self-indulgence, though his personal life provided abundant evidence that he was capable of understanding it that way, but a statement of the thelemic doctrine of the true will. The idea that each person has a specific, unique purpose in the cosmos, and that the highest magical and spiritual achievement is the discovery and the perfect execution of that purpose, unconstrained by the conventional social morality that Crowley identified as the primary obstacle to genuine self-realization. His magical system, organized through the institutional structure of the Astrum Argentum, the Silver Star, which he founded after his expulsion from the Golden Dawn in 1900, incorporated and extended the Golden Dawn curriculum, added substantial material drawn from Eastern philosophical and meditative traditions, developed the practices of sex magic, inherited from the German magical order the Ordo Templi Orientis, into a central pillar of the advanced initiatory system, and produced an enormous body of published magical instruction in the form of books, journals, and instructional texts, whose quality varies enormously, but whose cumulative influence on the subsequent development of Western occultism has been incalculable. Fact 35. Magic in ancient India, the Asava Veda and the Tantric tradition. The magical tradition of ancient India, rooted in the most ancient layer of the Vedic religious literature, and developed, over 3,000 years of continuous elaboration, into the most comprehensive and most philosophically sophisticated body of magical theory and practice in the world, is documented with an extraordinary richness that reflects the specific value that the Indian intellectual tradition has always placed on the systematic preservation and transmission of knowledge, including knowledge that the Western tradition would classify as magical rather than religious or philosophical. The Atharva Veda, the fourth of the four Vedas, and the one whose specific contents are most directly related to magical practice, is one of the oldest surviving magical texts in the world, its hymns and spells dating in their earliest stratum to approximately 1200 BCE, and covering a range of practical magical concerns that would be familiar to any student of magical traditions in other cultures. Spells for healing illness, spells for the destruction of enemies, love charms, protective charms against witchcraft and demonic attack, spells for success in trade and agriculture, and spells for the enhancement of the practitioner's own power and prosperity. The Atharva Veda is not a peripheral or suspect text in the Vedic tradition. It was eventually recognized as equal in authority to the other three Vedas and incorporated into the central canon of Vedic literature, its magical contents understood as a practical dimension of the same sacred knowledge that the other Vedas expressed in hymnic and philosophical form. The Tantric tradition, which developed in India from approximately the 5th century CE and spread, in its Buddhist and Hindu forms, across South and Southeast Asia and into Tibet, represents the most developed and most philosophically sophisticated expression of the magical dimension of Indian religious practice, a tradition in which the specific techniques of the body, the breath, the visualization, and the recitation of mantras are understood as the most direct available means of engaging with the fundamental structure of reality and transforming both the practitioner and the world. The mantra, the specific Sanskrit syllable or sequence of syllables, whose correct recitation in the correct ritual context produces specific effects in the practitioner's consciousness and in the structure of reality, is the Indian tradition's primary magical instrument, and the specific science of mantras, their selection, their pronunciation, their ritual use, constitutes one of the most elaborated systems of magical soundwork in the history of any tradition. Fact 36. The magic of ancient China, Taoist sorcery, and the five elements. The magical tradition of ancient China, embedded in the cosmological framework of the five elements, organized through the institutional structures of Taoist religious practice, and expressed in a body of specific techniques ranging from geomancy and divination to exorcism and the production of protective talismans, constitutes one of the oldest continuous magical traditions in the world. Its roots reaching into the shamanic practices of pre-dynastic China, and its elaborations extending into the sophisticated magical systems of Taoist religious orders, whose practice continues in Chinese communities across the world today. The fundamental cosmological framework within which Chinese magic operates is the system of five elements, or more precisely 5 phases or 5 transformative processes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, whose dynamic interactions with each other generate the specific patterns of change observable in the natural world, in the human body, and in the processes of history. This is not the static 4-element system of the Western tradition, but a dynamic model of transformation, in which each phase generates the next in an endless cycle of mutual production, and in which the skilled practitioner who understands the current phase of any process can anticipate the next and intervene in the transformation in ways that favor the desired outcome. The The five-element framework is simultaneously a cosmological model, a medical theory, a divinatory system, and a magical theory, its applications extending across all the domains that the Western tradition separates into distinct disciplines. The Taoist exorcist, the practitioner whose specific skills were called upon when a household or a person was afflicted by malevolent spiritual forces, operated within a specifically Chinese magical framework that combined the symbolic resources of the five-element system with the specific authority of the Taoist priesthood, using written talismans whose specific character combinations invoke the power of specific divine beings. Performing elaborate ritual dramas in which the malevolent forces were identified, confronted, and expelled from the space they had occupied, and employing a range of material and verbal techniques whose specific effectiveness was understood to derive from their correct performance within the cosmological framework that the tradition provided. The Chinese magical tradition has never been a private or personal practice in the Western sense. It has always been embedded in community and an institution, its effectiveness dependent on the specific authority of the practitioner within the cosmic hierarchy that the tradition maps. Fact 37. The Inquisition and Magic, Prosecution as Documentation. The medieval and early modern Inquisition, the ecclesiastical institution established to investigate and prosecute heresy within the Christian community, whose specific engagement with magic produced some of the most extensive documentation of magical practice available from the period, occupies a paradoxical position in the history of magic as simultaneously the tradition's most systematic prosecutor and its most inadvertent preserver. The institution whose investigation of magical practice generated, in the records of its trials and in the manuals written for its investigators, a body of documentation whose specific richness has no equivalent in any other historical source for the period. The inquisitorial investigation of magic proceeded through a specific methodological framework that the tradition of inquisitorial law had developed for the investigation of heresy, and that was applied with modifications to the investigation of magical practice. The denunciation, the arrest, the interrogation under torture if necessary, the confession, the abjuration or execution. The confessions extracted through this process are the primary documentary evidence for the specific beliefs and practices of the accused, and their interpretation is one of the most contested methodological problems in the historiography of the witch trials. To what extent do the confessions reflect actual practices? To what extent the expectations of the inquisitors whose questions shape the testimony? And to what extent the specific psychological effects of imprisonment and torture on people who were asked to confess to things they had not done? What is not in doubt is that the inquisitorial records preserve, in extraordinary detail, accounts of magical practices that no other source documents with comparable specificity, the specific herbs used in specific preparations, the specific words spoken in specific rituals, the specific objects used in specific operations. Whether these accounts reflect actual practice or inquisitorial imagination, they constitute the most extensive archive of popular magical belief available from the medieval and early modern period, and the scholarship that has engaged with them over the past century has produced the most detailed understanding of the relationship between learned and popular magic, between the theoretical tradition of the grimoires and the practical tradition of the cunning folk. That the historical record makes possible, the Inquisition tried to eliminate magic. What it actually did was document it. Fact 38. The magic of sound, music, chant, and the vibrating world. Among the many specific techniques that the magical tradition has developed across cultures and across history for the purpose of affecting the structure of reality through human action, none is more universally distributed, more immediately experientially compelling, or more deeply rooted in the specific physiological and psychological responses of the human nervous system than the use of sound, of specific tones, rhythms, words, and musical structures. As the primary vehicle of magical operation, the magical use of sound is as old as the shamanic tradition itself, its origins in the specific physiological effects of sustained rhythmic drumming and vocal tuning that alter consciousness, and its elaborations extending through every subsequent period of the tradition's development into the specific mantra practices of the Indian tradition, the specific chant traditions of medieval Christianity, the specific ritual music of African and Afro-diasporic magical practice, and the contemporary use of sound healing in the most recent expressions of the esoteric tradition. The theoretical foundation of the magical use of sound is the cosmological understanding, present in the Vedic tradition, in the Pythagorean tradition, in the Hermetic tradition, and in the Jewish mystical tradition, that the universe is fundamentally a vibrational phenomenon, that the specific patterns of vibration that constitute physical matter and energy are expressions of the same fundamental vibrational principle that the spoken word or the sounded tone expresses at the human scale. If the universe is vibration, then sound is the most direct available means of participating in the universe's fundamental nature, the tool most intimately continuous with the medium in which it operates. The mantra that resonates in the practitioner's body is resonating in the body of the world. The drum that alters the shaman's consciousness is altering the structure of the reality that the shaman enters in that altered state. The specific use of music in the Christian magical tradition, the Gregorian chant, whose specific modal structures were understood by medieval theorists as reflections of the celestial harmonies, the Pythagorean music of the spheres, whose mathematical relationships connected the movements of the planets to the structure of musical intervals, represents the point at which the magical understanding of sound intersects most productively with the mainstream religious tradition. Producing a body of sacred music, whose specific beauty is the aesthetic expression of a cosmological claim, that correctly organized sound participates in the structure of the divine order and draws those who hear it toward that order. The choir singing in the cathedral and the shaman drumming in the dark are further apart in their cultural context than in their fundamental magical logic. Fact 39. Protective magic, amulets, charms, and the warded world. Of all the specific practical applications of magic that the tradition has developed across cultures and across history, the most universally practiced, the most continuously operative in the daily lives of the largest number of people, and the most deeply embedded in the ordinary material culture of human civilization is protective magic. The use of specific objects, specific formulas, specific ritual actions, and specific spatial arrangements to create a zone of magical protection around a person, a household, a community, or a specific possession, defending the protected space against illness, misfortune, malevolent supernatural forces, and the specifically magical harm of witchcraft and the evil eye. The amulet, the physical object worn on the body or placed in a specific location, to provide protection through its own magical properties, or through the magical power inscribed in or attached to it, is the most widespread and most materially documented form of protective magic in the historical record, its physical survivals constituting one of the largest single categories of archaeological evidence for magical practice across virtually every culture that has been studied. Egyptian faience amulets in the form of the Eye of Horus, the Wadjet, have been found in contexts ranging from the tombs of pharaohs to the grave of ordinary people across 3,000 years of Egyptian history. Roman bulla, the amulet case worn around the neck of freeborn Roman children until their coming of age, protected the wearer against the evil eye with an efficacy so universally accepted that the practice was universal across social classes. Medieval Christian relics and pilgrim badges protected their wearers through the specific spiritual power of the holy figure, whose physical remains or sacred space they represented. The specific logic of the amulet, its claim to protect through material means, whose connection to the protective effect is not physical but magical, is one of the most clearly expressed instances of the magical worldview in everyday material culture, and its persistence in the contemporary world is one of the most revealing evidences of the magical tradition's continued practical vitality. The St. Christopher medal on the car dashboard, the hamsa hanging by the front door, the crystal placed on the desk for its specific energetic properties, the specific arrangement of feng shui objects in the home, these are all contemporary expressions of the same fundamental magical logic that produced the Wadjet amulet and the Roman bulla. The conviction that the correctly chosen and correctly placed material object participates, through its specific connections to protective powers, in a network of correspondences that extends from the physical object to the invisible forces that actually govern the outcomes of human life. Fact 40. Magic at 40, the living tradition. We have arrived at the 40th fact, and the history of magic has now been followed through 4,000 years of its most significant developments, from the Paleolithic shaman to the Victorian occultist, from the Mesopotamian clay tablet to Crowley's Cairo revelation, from the Egyptian Heka to the Indian mantra, from the Greek depictions to the Golden Dawn initiatory system. In the last 10 facts, we have met the evil eye in its universal distribution, and found in it perhaps the clearest evidence that certain magical beliefs are not cultural acquisitions, but cognitive dispositions, features of the human mind, rather than of any specific human culture. We have watched Eliphas Levi reconstitute the Western magical tradition on a philosophical foundation adequate to the post-Enlightenment world. We have entered the Golden Dawn and found the most ambitious magical curriculum ever assembled, producing practitioners who ranged from Nobel Prize-winning poets to some of the most difficult personalities in Victorian literary culture. we have confronted Crowley in his full complexity. We have entered the Vedic and Tantric traditions of India, the Taoist magical tradition of China, the specific cosmological frameworks that organized magical practice in the non-Western world with a sophistication and a systematicity that the colonial narrative of primitive superstition was spectacularly unable to perceive. We have found in music and in sound the magical tradition's most physiologically grounded and most universally practiced technique. And we have stood in the warded household and recognized in every amulet on every wall the same fundamental claim, that the invisible world is real, that its forces can be influenced by the correct human action, and that the protection of the people we love from those forces is worth any effort the tradition makes available. The tradition is not ancient and finished. It is ancient and continuing. The 60 facts ahead follow it into the modern world, into chaos magic and contemporary paganism, into the psychology of magic and the physics of consciousness, into the specific forms that the tradition takes when it encounters the internet and the city and the global culture of the 21st century. The fire is still burning. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41. The Tarot Cards, Archetypes, and the Hidden Map. The tarot, the deck of 78 illustrated cards that has served, since the late 18th century, as the primary divinatory and magical tool of the Western occult tradition, and whose 22 trump cards, the major arcana, have become the most widely recognized symbolic vocabulary in the contemporary esoteric world, began its life not as a magical instrument at all, but as a card game. The earliest surviving tarot decks, produced in northern Italy in the early 15th century for the entertainment of the aristocratic courts of Milan and Ferrara, were playing card decks with the addition of a set of illustrated trump cards: the magician, the high priestess, the emperor, the empress, the fool, and their companions, whose specific imagery drew on the Christian iconographic tradition, the Hermetic symbolic vocabulary, and the allegorical convention of the period to produce a set of images so rich in symbolic content that later centuries, looking for a complete map of the human condition, found one in them. The transformation of the tarot from a card game into a magical and divinatory instrument was accomplished in the late 18th century, primarily through the work of the French occultist Anton Court de Gébelin, who published in 1781 a lengthy essay claiming that the tarot trump cards were a disguised version of the ancient Egyptian Book of Thoth, a magical text of divine origin whose wisdom had been preserved through the centuries in the form of a card game precisely because its preservation in more obvious form would have invited destruction by hostile authorities. The claim was historically unfounded. There is no evidence of any connection between the tarot and ancient Egypt, but its cultural impact was enormous. It gave the tarot the pedigree of ancient wisdom, connected it to the Hermetic tradition and its claim of Egyptian origin, and inaugurated a tradition of occult tarot interpretation that has grown continuously from that moment to the present. The specific tarot deck that has been most influential in the subsequent history of occult tarot, the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, designed by the artist and Golden Dawn, initiate Pamela Colman Smith under the direction of the Golden Dawn adept Arthur Edward Waite, and published in 1909, was the first deck to provide illustrated scenes on every one of the 78 cards rather than only on the trumps, giving the deck an interpretive richness that made it accessible to readers without extensive prior training, and that established the visual vocabulary of the tarot in its modern form. Colman Smith, whose specific artistic contribution was the illustration of the 56 minor arcana cards, the most original and most practically influential portion of the deck, received considerably less credit for her work than Waite for his system, a pattern whose familiarity in the context of the magical tradition's treatment of women requires no further commentary. The cards she drew are still the cards most tarot readers use. Her name is still not the one most people remember. Fact 42. The Salem Witch Trials, America's Specific Hysteria. In the winter and spring of 1692, in the small Puritan community of Salem Village in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, a series of accusations of witchcraft initiated by a group of young girls produced a legal crisis of extraordinary intensity that resulted, over the course of approximately 8 months, in the trial of more than 200 people, the conviction of 30, the execution of 19 by hanging, and the pressing to death of one man who refused to enter a plea, the most dramatic and most extensively documented episode of witch trial hysteria in American history, and one whose specific causes and specific dynamics have been debated by historians, psychologists, sociologists, and literary scholars for more than 3 centuries without exhausting the questions it raises. The Salem trials occurred in a specific historical context that shaped their specific character in ways that distinguish them from the European witch trials that preceded them. The Puritan community of Massachusetts Bay was undergoing a period of exceptional social stress in 1692, the result of a combination of political instability following the revocation of the colony's charter, ongoing conflict with indigenous peoples on the frontier, economic tensions between the more commercially developed town of Salem and the more agriculturally conservative village, and the specific theological anxiety of a Puritan community that understood itself as a city on a hill, a covenanted people under special divine scrutiny, and that interpreted every misfortune and every deviation from the strict standards of Puritan moral life as evidence of the devil's particular attention to their destruction. The specific mechanism of the crisis, the accusatory testimony of the afflicted girls, whose fits and visions and named accusations were accepted as evidence by the court, and whose specific psychological state has been attributed to everything from ergot poisoning to hysteria to deliberate malice, produced a dynamic in which accusation became its own justification, in which the accused who confessed were spared and the accused who maintained their innocence were hanged, and in which the terror of being the next person named drove the community into a spiral of mutual accusation that consumed everyone it touched. The trials ended not because the authorities became convinced that the accusers were wrong, but because the accusations had begun to reach people of sufficient social standing, including the wife of the governor, that the logic of the crisis could no longer be sustained. 19 people died for a theology's fear of its own shadow. Fact 43. Hoodoo, the magic of the American South. Among the many magical traditions that the specific conditions of American history produced, through the forced combination of African, European, and indigenous American magical practices in the context of the plantation economy and the racial hierarchies of the antebellum South, none is more historically revealing, more practically sophisticated, or more persistently misrepresented in the popular cultural imagination than hoodoo. The syncretic magical tradition of the African American South, developed by enslaved people and their descendants from the West African magical traditions they brought with them across the Atlantic, combined with elements of European folk magic, indigenous plant knowledge, and the specific symbolic resources of the Bible and Protestant Christianity to produce a magical system as deeply American as jazz or the blues, and as deeply rooted in the specific historical experience of African Americans as any other aspect of African American culture. Hoodoo, also called root work, conjure, or simply the work, is not a religion in the sense that Vodou or Santeria is a religion. It is a practical magical tradition, a body of specific techniques for achieving specific practical ends that does not require initiation into a specific religious community or the acceptance of a specific theological framework. The practitioner of hoodoo, the root worker, the conjure doctor, the two-headed doctor, works with specific plant materials, specific mineral substances, specific animal parts, and specific symbolic objects, whose magical properties are organized through a framework of correspondence and sympathetic action that draws simultaneously on the West African and the European magical tradition while belonging fully to neither. The specific knowledge of the root worker, which roots and herbs and minerals and animal parts produce which effects when combined in which ways and applied in which specific circumstances, was transmitted through apprenticeship and family tradition, accumulated across generations of practice in the specific conditions of the American South. The specific historical context in which hoodoo developed, the context of slavery, of radical powerlessness in the face of a system of organized violence, of the specific need for tools of protection, resistance, and psychological survival that the official culture denied, gave the tradition a dimension of political and social significance that distinguishes it from most other magical traditions. The use of hoodoo to protect against the violence of slave owners, to cause confusion and misfortune to pursuers, to bind or harm those who posed a specific threat to the practitioner or the practitioner's community. These were not mere magical exercises, but acts of resistance in a context where resistance was dangerous and the available tools were limited. The tradition preserved in its specific techniques the specific ingenuity of people who survived an unsurvivable situation by finding power in the places where power was not supposed to exist. Fact 44. The magical properties of plants, herbalism, poison, and the green witch. The relationship between magic and the plant world, between the practitioner's engagement with the specific properties of specific plants and the tradition's understanding of those properties as simultaneously physical, medicinal, and magical, is one of the oldest and most continuously operative dimensions of the magical tradition, its roots extending back to the shamanic practice of the Paleolithic, where the specific psychoactive plants of the natural world provided the primary technology of the altered states through which the shaman accessed the spirit world, and its elaborations extending through every subsequent period of the tradition's development into the contemporary herbalism and green witchcraft of the 21st century. The specific plants most closely associated with the Western magical tradition, the so-called witches' herbs, the flying ointment plants that appear in both the learned magical literature and the witch trial confessions, are a group of plants from the Solanaceae family whose specific alkaloid content produces, at appropriate doses, a distinctive complex of effects including altered visual perception, a sense of physical lightness or flight, the experience of meeting and communicating with non-human beings, and a specific quality of consciousness in which the boundary between the imagined and the perceived becomes difficult to maintain. Belladonna, henbane, mandrake, and datura, the primary plants of this group, were used in the preparation of ointments applied to the skin, whose transdermal absorption of the alkaloids produced effects whose specific character corresponds closely to the accounts of witches' flight and Sabbath attendance that appear in the witch trial literature with such suspicious consistency. The figure of the herb gatherer, the woman with specific knowledge of which plants to use for which purposes, when to gather them, how to prepare them, occupies a central and deeply ambivalent position in the Western magical tradition, understood simultaneously as a healer and a poisoner, a benefactor and a threat, a keeper of knowledge that could save lives and a keeper of knowledge that could end them. The same knowledge that produced the medicinal preparation also produced the poison. The same familiarity with the properties of plants that made the wise woman an invaluable community resource also made her dangerous to specific individuals who had specific reason to fear what she knew and what she could do with it. The green world is the oldest pharmacy, the oldest laboratory, and the oldest magical garden that the tradition has ever worked in. Fact 45. The Rosicrucian Current, the Invisible Brotherhood. The Rosicrucian Manifestos, the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis, published anonymously in Germany in 1614 and 1615, have appeared already in our account of alchemy, where their specific combination of alchemical symbolism, hermetic philosophy, and millennial enthusiasm made them one of the most consequential documents of the early 17th century. Their significance in the history of magic is at least as great as their significance in the history of alchemy, and it deserves separate examination. The Rosicrucian current they initiated was the direct ancestor of the Freemasonic tradition, the primary vehicle through which hermetic and magical ideas were transmitted through the Enlightenment period when they might otherwise have been suppressed, and the symbolic resource from which the Victorian occult orders, including the Golden Dawn, drew some of their most important material. The specific magical dimension of the Rosicrucian tradition is expressed most clearly in the chimical wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz, a third text published in 1616 and attributed to the young Lutheran theologian Johann Valentin Andri, which presents the foundational mythology of the Brotherhood in the form of an elaborate allegorical narrative in which the mystical founder Christian Rosenkreutz is invited to the wedding of a royal couple, the alchemical king and queen, and undergoes, over the course of 7 days, a series of initiatory trials and magical operations that produce, at their conclusion, the resurrection of the royal couple from death and the production of a homunculus. The chimical wedding is simultaneously an alchemical allegory, a magical initiation narrative, and a sophisticated literary entertainment, its multiple levels of meaning organized by the same principles of symbolic correspondence that structure the alchemical and magical traditions from which it draws. The invisible college of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, the claim that the members of the fraternity traveled incognito through the world, healing the sick without payment and observing the state of knowledge in every country they visited, recognizable to each other by a secret sign but undetectable by the uninitiated, became one of the most productive and most enduring images in the Western esoteric tradition. The image of the hidden community of the wise, whose specific knowledge of the tradition's deepest mysteries placed them simultaneously inside and outside the ordinary social world, available to assist those whose sincere seeking brought them to the tradition's threshold. The Brotherhood was real in its effects on the imagination, whether or not it was ever real in any more literal sense. Fact 46. Magic and the Enlightenment, the tradition goes underground. The Enlightenment, the intellectual movement of the 17th and 18th centuries that established reason, empirical observation, and natural law as the primary standards of legitimate knowledge, and that produced in its philosophical and scientific work the conceptual foundations of modernity, was in its relationship to the magical tradition, not the simple story of reason defeating superstition that its self-presentation suggested, but something more complex and more interesting. A period in which the magical tradition was simultaneously publicly discredited, institutionally suppressed, and privately maintained, going underground into the Masonic lodges and the private libraries, and the correspondence networks of individuals who continued to engage seriously with the tradition, while acknowledging that its public defense had become untenable. The specific form through which the magical tradition survived the Enlightenment most productively was Freemasonry, the fraternal organization that emerged in Britain in the early 18th century and spread rapidly across Europe and the Americas, whose initiatory rituals drew directly on the symbolism of the operative stonemason's craft, but whose actual intellectual content was a complex synthesis of Rosicrucian symbolism, Hermetic philosophy, the Kabbalistic tradition, and the specific ceremonial and initiatory structures of the magical orders that preceded it. Masonic lodges provided, in the socially and intellectually respectable form of a fraternal organization, a space in which the symbolic language of the magical tradition could be preserved and transmitted to interested members without the public exposure that an avowedly magical organization would have invited in the climate of Enlightenment rationalism. The tension between the Enlightenment's public discourse and the private engagement with the magical tradition that the lodges and the private libraries maintained produced a specific intellectual dynamic, the esoteric as the counterpart and the shadow of the exoteric, that shaped the intellectual culture of the 18th century in ways that a purely intellectual history misses. The founding fathers of the American Republic were disproportionately Masons. The symbolism of the Great Seal of the United States, the all-seeing eye above the unfinished pyramid, is Masonic and Hermetic symbolism. The specific values of the Enlightenment political tradition, liberty, equality, the brotherhood of man, were formulated in lodges whose ritual practice drew on a magical symbolism that the rational discourse of the published philosophical work did not acknowledge. The Enlightenment buried magic in its foundations. It was never entirely underground. Fact 47, the magic of dreams, sleep as gateway. The magical tradition has always understood sleep and the dream state as one of the primary zones in which the boundary between the ordinary human world and the invisible world of spirits, divine powers, and deeper levels of reality becomes most permeable. A time when the specific cognitive controls that keep the waking mind oriented to the practical demands of the physical world are relaxed, and when the mind becomes receptive to communications, visions, and experiences whose source and whose significance the magical tradition has interpreted in frameworks that range from the prophetic to the diagnostic to the directly operational. Dream incubation, the specific ritual practice of sleeping in a sacred location in order to receive a divinely sent dream of healing or prophecy, is one of the oldest and most widely documented forms of magical and religious practice in the ancient world, attested from ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt through the Greek tradition of the Asclepiad, the healing sanctuaries of the god Asclepius, where the sick slept on the sacred floor and awaited the god's appearance in a dream, whose specific content provided either direct healing or the instruction for treatment, to the practices of Roman state religion and the oracular traditions of the ancient Near East. The specific technique is so consistent across cultures and periods that its universality constitutes strong evidence for a specific human capacity for dream experience that, under the right ritual conditions, produces experiences that the experiencer and their community regard as genuinely informative about the structure of reality beyond the waking mind. The systematic interpretation of dreams as communications from the invisible world, their translation from the specific symbolic language of dream imagery into the practical guidance that the tradition sought in them, produced one of the most extensive bodies of interpretive literature in the ancient world. Artemidorus of Daldys' Wanera Critica, written in the 2nd century CE, is the most comprehensive surviving ancient dream interpretation manual. Its 5 books of systematically organized dream symbols, and their meanings representing the culmination of a tradition of dream interpretation, whose roots reach back to Mesopotamian omen literature, and whose influence extends forward through medieval Islamic dream interpretation texts into the modern world. The dream and the magical system share the same cosmological assumption, that the surface of things conceals a deeper meaning, and that the right interpretive framework can make that meaning available to the person attentive enough to seek it. Fact 48, the Witches' Sabbath, the mythology of the gathering. Among the specific beliefs about the practice of witchcraft that were developed and elaborated in the learned demonological literature of the late medieval and early modern periods, beliefs whose relationship to any actual practice by any actual person is one of the most contested questions in the historical study of the witch trials. None is more dramatically vivid, more symbolically charged, or more revealing of the specific anxieties that the concept of the witch was mobilized to express than the belief in the witches' Sabbath, the nocturnal gathering of witches in a remote location, presided over by the devil in person or in animal form, at which the witches renewed their pact, performed obscene ritual inversions of Christian sacraments, feasted on the flesh of murdered children, and engaged in sexual acts with the devil and with each other. The specific imagery of the Sabbath developed from a combination of earlier folk beliefs about night-flying women, the learned demonological traditions, synthesis of these beliefs with the theological framework of the diabolical pact, and the specific testimonies extracted under torture from accused witches, whose confessions shaped and were shaped by the Inquisitor's questions, had no single point of origin and no single moment of crystallization. It assembled itself, over the course of approximately 2 centuries between 1400 and 1600, from multiple contributing traditions, each adding specific elements: the flight, the animal transformation, the devil's mark, the reversal of the sacraments, until the full image stood complete as the most lurid and most officially sanctioned narrative about magical practice in the history of Western culture. The relationship of the Sabbath mythology to actual practice by actual people is genuinely and irreducibly unclear. Some historians have argued that the specific consistency of Sabbath descriptions across widely separated regions and periods reflects a real underlying practice, some form of actual nocturnal gathering with its own specific ritual content that was then distorted and elaborated by the demonological framework. Others have argued that the consistency reflects the consistency of the inquisitorial questioning rather than of the practice being described, that the same questions produce the same answers, and that the Sabbath is a product of the investigation rather than of anything the accused were actually doing. What is clear is that the Sabbath mythology was one of the most culturally productive images in Western history, its specific content shaping the representation of the witch and of witchcraft in art, in literature, in theatre, and in the popular imagination for 5 centuries and counting. Fact 49: Natural magic, the science that magic built. The tradition of natural magic, the branch of the magical tradition concerned with the specific hidden properties of natural substances, the specific correspondences between different orders of natural being, and the specific techniques by which the skilled practitioner could use those correspondences to produce practical effects, occupies a uniquely important position in the history of both magic and science. Standing at the precise historical and conceptual junction between the 2 traditions at the moment, when the distinction between them was not yet fixed, and when the investigation of natural phenomena and the manipulation of natural forces for practical ends were not yet understood as categorically different activities. Natural magic, as Giambattista della Porta defined it in his Encyclopedic Magia Naturalis of 1558, one of the most widely read books of the 16th century, translated into 6 European languages, and describing everything from the cultivation of plants to the manufacture of cosmetics to the production of explosives and optical illusions, was the knowledge of the hidden sympathies and antipathies that connected different natural substances, and that could be exploited by the knowledgeable practitioner to produce effects that appeared miraculous to the uninitiated, but that were, in Della Porta's understanding, as natural and as lawful as any other operation of the physical world. Natural magic was not supernatural. It was the application of a deeper and more complete understanding of natural law than ordinary observation produced. This specific understanding of natural magic, as applied natural philosophy, as the practical exploitation of hidden but real natural properties, was one of the primary conceptual frameworks through which the transition from the magical tradition to the scientific tradition was accomplished. Because it provided a way of engaging with the manipulation of natural forces for practical ends that did not require the invocation of supernatural beings, and that could therefore survive the intellectual climate of the scientific revolution without requiring the fundamental restructuring that the more overtly supernatural dimensions of the tradition required. The natural magician who discovered the specific solvent properties of a mineral acid was doing something that a chemist would later claim as chemistry. The natural magician who identified the specific optical properties of a curved glass surface was doing something that a physicist would later claim as optics. The claim changed, the investigation did not. Fact 50: Magic at 50, the halfway point of the hidden world. We stand at the 50th fact, the exact midpoint of our journey through the history of magic, and from this position the full shape of the tradition can be seen in something of its true scale. 5,000 years of documented practice, 2,500 years of systematic theoretical reflection, and a reach into the present that shows no signs of diminishing. In the last 10 facts, we have met the tarot in its origins as a card game, and its transformation into the primary symbolic vocabulary of Western occultism. We have stood in the specific terror of Salem, and understood it as a specific historical event with specific human causes, rather than an eruption of irrational superstition from a generally rational period. We have entered the hoodoo tradition and found in it one of the most politically and historically significant forms that magic has taken in American history. We have gathered plants with the Green Witch and understood why the knowledge of their properties placed their possessor simultaneously at the center and at the margins of the community that needed them. We have followed the Rosicrucian current through its founding manifestos and watched it dissolve into Freemasonry, carrying the magical tradition through the Enlightenment in the most respectable available container. We have entered the dream state as magical gateway. We have examined the Sabbath mythology and found in it a cultural construction as revealing of the society that produced it, as of any practice it was supposed to describe. And we have stood at the junction of natural magic and natural science and found that the two traditions were, for a long historical moment, the same investigation. The 50 facts ahead take the tradition forward into the 20th and 21st centuries, into psychology and neuroscience and quantum physics, into chaos magic and contemporary paganism, and the specific forms that the oldest human impulse takes when it encounters the newest human technologies. The hidden world is not behind us, it is ahead. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51. Spiritualism, the Victorian obsession with the dead. In the spring of 1848, in a small wooden house in Hydesville, New York, two young sisters named Kate and Margaret Fox reported hearing mysterious knocking sounds that they claimed to be in communication with the spirit of a murdered peddler, whose body, they said, was buried beneath the house. The specific claim that the dead could communicate with the living through a system of raps and knocks, and that sensitive individuals called mediums could serve as the channel for that communication, was not new. The consultation of the dead was one of the oldest practices in the magical tradition. What was new was the speed and the scale with which the Fox sisters' claim spread through American and then European society, generating within a decade the most rapidly growing new religious movement of the 19th century. Spiritualism, the organized pursuit of communication with the spirits of the dead through the mediumship of specifically gifted individuals, which at its peak in the 1870s claimed millions of adherents across the English-speaking world, and had become a cultural phenomenon so significant that it attracted the serious investigative attention of some of the most eminent scientists, philosophers, and literary figures of the Victorian age. The appeal of spiritualism in the Victorian period was rooted in a specific historical moment: the collision of the materialist scientific worldview that was progressively displacing traditional religious certainty with the specific human need for reassurance about the survival of the personality after death that the traditional religions had provided, and that materialism explicitly denied. For a population that had grown up within a religious framework that promised personal immortality, and was now watching that framework erode under the pressure of evolutionary biology, geological time, and biblical criticism, the spiritualist science offered something that neither orthodox religion nor scientific materialism could provide: empirical evidence of survival, physical demonstrations of communication from the dead that the sitter could witness with their own senses, rather than accept on faith or on philosophical argument. The mediums who provided these demonstrations, whose specific techniques included the production of physical phenomena such as table turning, spirit photography, automatic writing, materialization of spirit forms, and the levitation of objects and persons, operated in a gray zone between genuine altered states and deliberate fraud that the century of investigation their practices generated was unable to definitively resolve. The Society for Psychical Research, founded in 1882 by a group of Cambridge scholars and philosophers, with the specific purpose of investigating spiritualist phenomena using the methods of empirical science, produced over its first decades a body of investigation literature whose specific findings, some phenomena apparently genuine even after extensive investigation, many phenomena explicable as fraud or self-deception, still characterizes the field in which their successors work. Fact 52. The Norse magical tradition, runes, Seither, and the world tree. The magical tradition of the Norse and Germanic peoples, documented in the Eddic and Skaldic poetry of medieval Iceland, in the saga literature, and in the rich body of archaeological evidence from the pre-Christian period, is one of the most distinctive and most structurally complete magical traditions in the history of Northern Europe, organized around a cosmological framework whose specific imagery, the world tree Yggdrasil, whose roots reach into three worlds. The well of fate at whose edge the Norns weave the threads of destiny, the 9 worlds connected by the tree's branches, and inhabited by gods and giants and elves and dwarves and the dead, provided both the theoretical foundation and the specific symbolic vocabulary for a magical practice whose forms ranged from the runic tradition to the specific feminine shamanic practice called Seither. The runes, the specific alphabet of the Germanic peoples, whose individual characters were understood not merely as phonetic symbols, but as containers of specific magical power, each one encoding a specific aspect of cosmic reality and capable of being used in magical operation by the practitioner who understood its specific properties, are the most widely known element of the Norse magical tradition, and the element that has been most extensively adopted by contemporary practitioners of Norse or Germanic-derived magical traditions. The specific mythology of the runes, the account in the Havamal of the god Odin hanging himself on the world tree for 9 days and nights, wounded by his own spear, sacrificing himself to himself in order to receive the runes from the depths of the well, presents the runes not as a human invention, but as a discovery, a revelation of patterns that existed in the structure of reality before any being perceived them. Achieved through the specific extremity of voluntary suffering and self-offering. Seither, the specific magical practice whose skilled practitioners, the Völver, traveled between communities offering oracular consultations in exchange for hospitality and payment, was understood in the Norse world as a specifically gendered practice, associated primarily with women and with the goddess Freyja, who was its divine patron, and whose specific techniques combined elements of shamanic trance and spirit journey with a specific form of collective ritual, in which the practitioner entered an altered state through the singing of specific songs called Vardlok, and while in that state answered questions about absent persons and future events. The association of Seither with femininity, and the associated accusation of Urgi, a complex Norse concept combining unmanliness and sexual deviance, that was made against any man who practiced it, represents one of the most explicit instances of the gendering of specific magical forms in any cultural tradition. Fact 53. Magic in Japan, Onmyodo and the Cosmic Clockwork. The magical tradition of Japan developed over more than a millennium of continuous practice, from its earliest documented forms in the Nara period of the 8th century to its contemporary expressions in the ritual practices of Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples, is one of the most institutionally elaborate and most officially integrated magical systems in the history of any civilization, its primary form, Onmyodo. Having been for several centuries a department of the imperial government of Japan, its practitioners officially employed civil servants whose specific duties included the management of the cosmological order on behalf of the state. Onmyodo, the way of yin and yang, the Japanese elaboration of Chinese cosmological theory in its specifically divinatory and ritual application, was introduced into Japan from China in the early centuries of the Common Era and developed, over the Heian period and the subsequent centuries of Japanese courtly culture, into a comprehensive system of divination, calendar magic, geomancy, and protective ritual whose specific methods were the official responsibility of the Onmyoji. The practitioners of the way, whose most celebrated historical figure, Abe no Seimei, who served the imperial court in the 10th and 11th centuries, has become in the subsequent Japanese cultural tradition a figure of legendary status, the archetype of the Japanese magician whose specific powers are the subject of countless literary, theatrical, and contemporary manga and anime treatments. The Onmyoji's specific duties encompassed a range of practical magical and divinatory services that the imperial court and the aristocracy relied upon with the same confidence that contemporary institutions rely on their technical advisors. The determination of auspicious and inauspicious days for specific actions, the identification and countering of malevolent influences in specific locations, the performance of exorcistic rituals to remove the malevolent spirits called Oni that were understood to cause illness and misfortune, and the general maintenance of the cosmological order whose disruption was understood to manifest as political crisis, natural disaster, and personal affliction. The Onmyoji was simultaneously astronomer, astrologer, diviner, exorcist, and cosmological engineer, the official responsible for ensuring that the human world remained properly aligned with the larger cosmic order within which it was embedded. Fact 54. Magic and poison, the chemistry of harm. The relationship between magic and poison, between the practitioner's knowledge of specific natural substances capable of causing harm at a distance, and the tradition's use of those substances as the material component of maleficent magical operations, is one of the most practically consequential and most historically documented aspects of the magical tradition's darker dimension, a relationship whose specific ambiguity runs through the entire history of the tradition. The same knowledge that produced the healer's medicine also produced the poisoner's instrument, and the line between the magical practitioner who used toxic substances as the material component of a harmful spell, and the poisoner who used the same substances for straightforwardly non-magical murder was, in the legal and social perception of many historical periods, difficult to draw with any confidence. The specific history of this ambiguity is most dramatically documented in the French affair of the poisons of the 1670s and 1680s, the criminal investigation that began with the arrest of a fortune-teller named Catherine Monvoisin, known as La Voisin, and that expanded through the testimony of the arrested to implicate dozens of members of the French court, including the king's own mistress Madame de Montespan. In a network of magical service providers that combined the production and sale of poisons, the performance of love spells and protective charms, and the performance of black masses, corrupted versions of the Catholic liturgy performed over the body of a nude woman and culminating in the sacrifice of an infant, for a clientele that included some of the most powerful figures in Louis XIV's France. The affair of the poisons is revealing in multiple dimensions, as documentation of the specific services that magical practitioners provided to an aristocratic clientele in the late 17th century, as evidence of the persistence of fully developed magical practice in the most sophisticated and most rationally self-conscious court in Europe at the height of the Enlightenment's immediate predecessor. And as a case study in the specific intersection of magical practice, criminal activity, and the specific anxieties about women's power that the tradition of magical persecution had always organized around the figure of the female practitioner, La Voisin was burned. Her clients mostly were not. Fact 55, the psychology of magic, Freud, Jung, and the unconscious. The encounter between the magical tradition and the newly developing discipline of psychology in the late 19th and early 20th centuries produced two very different engagements whose combined effect was to transform the intellectual status of magic in the educated Western world, not by validating its supernatural claims, but by providing a naturalistic framework within which the specific experiences, the specific symbolic languages, and the specific practical techniques of the tradition could be understood as genuine and significant phenomena of the human mind, rather than as superstitious errors or simple fraud. Sigmund Freud's engagement with magic was primarily critical. In his 1913 work Totem and Taboo, he applied the comparative ethnological literature of his period to an analysis of magical thinking that treated it as the characteristic thought form of the earliest stages of human cultural development, organized by the specific cognitive dynamic of the omnipotence of thoughts, the conviction that a wish or an intention could directly affect the external world without the mediation of physical action. For Freud, magical thinking was infantile thinking, the thought form that the developing individual must transcend in the course of psychological maturation, and whose persistence in the adult mind represented a form of regression. The analysis was sympathetically observed, but the verdict was dismissive. Magic was the childhood of the human mind, and the scientific worldview was its maturity. Jung's engagement was fundamentally different, and its consequences for the tradition were far more productive. Rather than treating the magical tradition as an error to be transcended, Jung treated it as a record, imperfect, symbolically encoded, and requiring careful interpretation, but genuine, of the psyche's own deepest structures and the psyche's own most characteristic processes of transformation. The alchemical work, the shamanic journey, the ceremonial magical operation, these were, in Jung's reading, external enactments of internal processes, ways of engaging with the unconscious content that the psyche was working to integrate, symbolic procedures, whose specific effectiveness derived from their capacity to engage the imagination and the emotional life of the practitioner at depths that purely rational approaches could not reach. Magic worked in Jung's framework, not because it changed the external world, but because it changed the practitioner, and changing the practitioner changed their relationship to the world in ways that were functionally equivalent to what the tradition claimed. Fact 56, love magic, the oldest spell. If the evil eye is the most universally feared form of magical harm, the love spell is without doubt the most universally sought form of magical assistance. The magical service whose demand has been consistent across every culture and every historical period that the tradition's documentation covers, whose clients have ranged from the most powerful rulers in history to the most ordinary members of the communities that magical practitioners served, and whose specific techniques constitute one of the most extensively documented bodies of practical magical procedure in the entire history of the tradition. The love magic of the ancient Greek and Roman world is documented with extraordinary specificity in the magical papyri and the depictions. Spells to attract a specific named person, to produce in them an overwhelming desire for the spell's client, to prevent them from sleeping or eating or resting until they came to the client's door, to bind them so that they could not desire anyone else, to inflame their passion to a degree that would make resistance impossible. The specific techniques are consistent across the tradition. The use of the target's name, of physical materials connected to the target, hair, clothing, bodily fluids, of sympathetic magical procedures acting on the target at a distance, of the invocation of specific divine and demonic powers associated with desire and compulsion. Eros, Aphrodite, Hecate, the spirits of the dead whose specific power to disturb the living made them particularly effective tools for the disruption of the target's peace. All were invoked in the service of the love spell client's specific desire. The ethical dimension of love magic, the question of whether a spell that compels desire in a specific person, without that person's knowledge or consent, is morally acceptable, has been debated within the tradition itself for at least 2,000 years, with no more resolution than the same question achieves in its non-magical equivalence. The tradition has generally distinguished between spells that attract and spells that compel, treating the former as more acceptable and the latter as more transgressive, while acknowledging that the line between attraction and compulsion is difficult to draw in practice, and that the client's motivation, genuine love, as opposed to obsessive desire or the will to control, may make a moral difference that the spell itself cannot recognize. The heart wants what it wants. The tradition has always known this, and has never stopped providing for it. Fact 57. The magical tradition of the Americas, pre-Columbian sorcery. The magical traditions of the pre-Columbian Americas developed over thousands of years in the specific ecological and cultural conditions of the continents whose human settlement began approximately 20,000 years ago, and whose extraordinary biological diversity provided both the material resources and the specific cosmological inspiration for some of the most elaborate and most distinctive magical systems in the history of the world. Constitute a dimension of the global magical tradition whose specific richness and whose specific historical situation are unlike those of any other comparable body of practice. The Aztec tradition, whose specific magical practices were documented with extraordinary detail by the Spanish missionaries and administrators who encountered them immediately after the conquest, driven by the combined motivations of ethnographic curiosity and the missionary desire to understand the practices they were attempting to suppress, organized its magical world around the specific cosmological framework of the Aztec calendar system, in which the specific day of a person's birth determined their specific relationship to the supernatural powers that governed that day, and in which the specific configuration of the ritual calendar at any moment determined the magical possibilities and the magical dangers of that moment. The tonal pohuali, the 260-day ritual calendar, was simultaneously an astrological system, a magical system, and a medical system, its specific day signs governing the fate of every person born under them, and the specific ritual obligations of every person who wished to influence the supernatural forces that those day signs represented. The shamanic traditions of Amazonian South America, including the specific practice of ayahuasca ceremonialism, the ritual ingestion of the specific combination of plant materials that produces the most powerful and most consistently reported altered state experience in the ethnobotanical literature, represent one of the most direct surviving connections between the contemporary world and the Paleolithic shamanic tradition from which the entire magical tradition ultimately descends. The ayahuasca ceremony, conducted by a trained curandero whose specific knowledge of the ritual procedures required to navigate the specific experience the brew produces, constitutes the most important single element of the tradition, provides experiences whose specific content, the encounter with non-human intelligences, the reception of specific information about illness and its causes, the direct perception of the interconnected nature of all life, is described with remarkable consistency by practitioners and participants across the Amazon basin and increasingly across the world. Fact 58. The magic of space, sacred sites, and the power of place. The magical tradition has always understood certain places, certain specific locations in the landscape, as possessing a quality of power, of concentrated sacred or magical energy that distinguishes them from the surrounding terrain and that makes them specifically appropriate or specifically necessary for certain kinds of magical or spiritual practice. The sacred site, the place where the veil between the ordinary world and the invisible world is understood to be thinnest, where the specific forces that the practitioner seeks to engage are most directly accessible, where the magical operation performed will be most effective, is a concept so widely distributed across the world's magical and religious traditions that its universality constitutes one of the most striking patterns in the comparative study of human sacred geography. The specific mechanisms through which particular places acquire their reputation for magical power vary across traditions and across the specific character of the site in question. Some sites acquire their power through geological or topographical features, the specific electromagnetic properties of certain rock formations, the specific acoustic properties of certain cave systems, the specific visual or navigational significance of certain landscape features, that produce in visitors a distinctive quality of experience that the tradition then interprets in its specific symbolic vocabulary. Others acquire their power through historical association, the specific events, the specific practices, the specific people associated with a site over time accumulate into a tradition of use that itself becomes a source of the site's power. The long history of magical or spiritual practice at a location creating a kind of accumulated sacred energy that subsequent practitioners can access. The stone circles of Neolithic Europe, Stonehenge, Avebury, Karnak, and the hundreds of less famous examples scattered across the British Isles and Brittany, are the most extensively studied examples of deliberately constructed sacred sites, whose specific astronomical alignments and specific acoustic and electromagnetic properties are still being investigated by a combination of archaeologists, physicists, and acoustic engineers whose combined findings suggest that their builders had a more sophisticated understanding of the relationship between landscape, cosmic alignment, and human experience than the conventional picture of Neolithic culture allowed for. The tradition that these sites preserve, the understanding that specific configurations of stone in specific relationships to each other and to specific astronomical phenomena create a specific quality of sacred space, is the oldest form of sacred architecture in the world, and it is continuous in its fundamental logic, with every temple and every cathedral and every ceremonial magical circle that has been constructed in the millennia since. Fact 59, Magic and Theatre, the stage as ritual space. The relationship between magic and theatre, between the practitioner's ritual performance and the actor's theatrical performance, between the specific effects on the audience of both and the specific techniques of both, is one of the most productive and most revealing analogies available for understanding the specific mechanisms through which magical practice produces its effects, both on the practitioner who performs the ritual and on the community that witnesses it or participates in it. The specific historical connection between theatrical and magical performance runs through the entire history of both traditions, from the ancient Greek theatre, whose performances in honor of Dionysus were understood as ritual communications with the divine world rather than as purely aesthetic entertainments, to the medieval mystery plays whose staging of biblical and hagiographic narratives was understood as a form of sacred reenactment that participated in the events it depicted rather than merely representing them, to the specific theatrical techniques of the stage magician and the illusionist whose misdirection and prestidigitation produce the experience of the impossible in a population that knows the impossible has not occurred. The relationship is not merely analogical. In many periods of the tradition's history, it is directly operational, the specific techniques of theatrical performance providing the practical tools through which the magical operation is conducted. The concept of theatrical space as a specifically charged environment, a space in which the normal rules of the ordinary world are suspended and a different set of rules operates, in which the audience's suspension of disbelief creates a specific altered state of heightened attention and emotional responsiveness that the skilled performer can use to produce experiences unavailable in the ordinary world, is continuous with the magical understanding of sacred space as a zone in which the boundary between the ordinary world and the invisible world is deliberately thinned by the correct ritual procedure. Both the magician and the actor understand that the space must be prepared, that the audience must be brought to a specific state of readiness, that the event that occurs in the prepared space carries a significance and an effectiveness that the same event occurring in unprepared space would not. The circle and the stage are the same geometry, they always have been. Fact 60, Magic at 60, the tradition and the self. We stand at the 60th fact, and the history of magic has by now completed its arc through the most dramatic and most publicly visible portions of its story: the ancient systems, the medieval controversies, the Renaissance synthesis, the Victorian revival, the encounters with psychology and science, and is approaching the territory where the tradition turns inward, where the question of what magic is becomes inseparable from the question of what the practitioner is, and where the history of an external practice becomes the history of an interior transformation. In the last 10 facts, we have entered the Victorian seance room and watched the dead struggle to speak. We have followed the Norse runes to their mythological origin in Odin's self-sacrifice, and found in them one of the most powerful images of the relationship between suffering and knowledge in the entire magical tradition. We have visited the onmyoji in the imperial court and found magic institutionalized as a department of government. We have stood at the intersection of magic and poison in La Voisin's Paris and watched the tradition's darker dimension produce its most spectacular historical scandal. We have met the psychologists, Freud dismissive, Jung illuminating, and found that the tradition's engagement with psychology transformed both the tradition and the discipline. We have traced the love spell from the Greek papyri to the contemporary candle ritual and found the same human longing, generating the same human response across 3,000 years. We have entered the pre-Columbian magical world and the Amazonian shamanic tradition and found cosmological frameworks of extraordinary sophistication. We have stood in the stone circle and understood why certain places carry a charge that other places do not. And we have recognized in the theatrical performance the same spatial and psychological logic as the magical ritual. What the next 40 facts reveal is the most intimate dimension of the tradition, the place where all the external history, all the institutional developments and cultural controversies and intellectual debates resolves into the specific experience of the specific practitioner who stands in the specific circle in the specific moment of the specific operation and asks, does this work? And what does it mean that it does? This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61, Wicca and contemporary paganism, the old religion returns. In the middle decades of the 20th century, a retired British civil servant and amateur folklorist named Gerald Gardner claimed to have been initiated into a surviving coven of witches in the New Forest region of England, whose practice represented the continuation of an ancient pre-Christian religion of the British Isles that had survived centuries of persecution by the Christian Church in the form of the witch trials, and had emerged into the mid-20th century still intact. Still practicing, still maintaining the ritual knowledge of what Gardner called the old religion. The claim that the witch trials had targeted the surviving practitioners of a genuine pre-Christian fertility religion organized around the worship of a goddess and a horned god was not new. It had been most fully articulated by the anthropologist Margaret Murray in her 1921 book The Witch Cult in Western Europe, and Gardner's contribution was to present himself as a living inheritor of the tradition rather than merely a scholarly investigator of it. The historical claims underlying Wicca, the specific form of witchcraft that Gardner developed and published in his books of the 1950s, and that became the foundational text of the contemporary pagan witchcraft tradition, have been substantially refuted by subsequent historical scholarship, which has found no evidence of a continuous organized pre-Christian witch religion of the kind Gardner described. But the historical accuracy of its founding myth has proved largely irrelevant to Wicca's remarkable growth and influence, because what Gardner created, whatever the actual sources of its specific rituals and teachings, was a genuinely new and genuinely productive religious and magical synthesis, drawing on the ceremonial magical tradition of the Golden Dawn, on the folklore scholarship of Murray and her predecessors, on the specifically romantic understanding of nature as sacred, and on the specifically 20th century desire for a form of spiritual practice that honored rather than suppressed the body, the natural world, and the feminine principle. The subsequent development of Wicca and the broader contemporary pagan movement, through the contributions of Doreen Valiant, who rewrote and transformed much of Gardner's original material into its most enduring literary form, of Alex Sanders and the Alexandrian tradition, of the radical feminist Dianic Wicca developed by Z Budapest, and of the reclaiming tradition developed by Starhawk, produced by the end of the 20th century, a family of related practices that had spread from Britain across the English-speaking world and into Europe, becoming one of the most rapidly growing new religious movements of the late 20th century, and providing, for millions of practitioners, a form of spiritual engagement with the magical tradition that was simultaneously ancient in its symbolic resources and contemporary in its values. Fact 62, Chaos Magic, the postmodern magical revolution. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, in the specific intellectual climate of British post-punk culture and its associated attitude of systematic irreverence toward inherited authority, a small group of practitioners centered around the figures of Peter Carroll and Ray Sherwin developed what they called chaos magic. A radically pragmatic approach to magical practice that stripped the tradition of every element of inherited doctrine, fixed symbolic system, and institutional authority, retaining only the specific practical techniques whose effectiveness could be verified by the practitioner's own experience, and organizing those techniques around a single core principle that Carroll articulated as the paramount importance of belief as a magical tool. The specific theoretical innovation of chaos magic was the treatment of belief itself as the primary variable in magical effectiveness. The claim that the specific content of the belief system within which a magical operation is performed is less important than the quality and intensity of the practitioner's engagement with that belief system during the operation. The traditional magical systems, the Kabbalistic tree, the Enochian system, the Thelemic framework, were not rejected as false but reframed as paradigms. Specific symbolic languages whose specific contents were less important than their function as organizing frameworks for the practitioner's will and imagination. The chaos magician could work within any paradigm, could invoke Odin or Jesus or a fictional character from a novel or a self-designed entity with no cultural precedent, as long as the specific engagement with the chosen paradigm during the operation was sufficiently complete and sufficiently focused. The specific technique most closely associated with chaos magic is the sigil, a practice derived from the work of the early 20th century artist and magical practitioner Austin Osman Spare, whose specific method of creating abstract symbols from the written statement of a magical intention, and then charging those symbols through specific techniques of consciousness alteration, was adopted by the chaos magic tradition as its primary practical method. The sigil practice is accessible without any prior magical training, requires no special equipment, and is organized around the specific psychological principle. The forgetting of the original intention after the sigil is charged, to allow it to operate below the level of conscious attention that anticipates specific findings in the psychology of goal pursuit. Chaos magic was the first magical tradition to engage seriously with the science of its own psychological mechanisms. It was also the first to be spread primarily through self-published photocopied zines rather than through initiatory orders. Both facts are characteristic of the same moment. Fact 63, the magic of numbers, numerology, and the sacred mathematics. The conviction that numbers carry a specific significance beyond their quantitative function, that specific numerical values have specific qualities, specific correspondences to specific aspects of reality, specific powers that the informed practitioner can use as the basis for magical operation, is one of the oldest and most widely distributed ideas in the history of human thought. Rooted in the specifically Pythagorean insight that the structure of reality is fundamentally mathematical, and that the relationships between numbers reveal the fundamental relationships between things. Pythagoras himself, or the tradition that gathered under his name, since the distinction between what Pythagoras actually taught and what his successors attributed to him is impossible to draw with any precision from the available sources, taught that numbers were the fundamental constituents of reality, that the specific proportions that musical harmonics expressed were the same proportions that governed the movements of the planets, and that the study of number was therefore simultaneously the study of music, astronomy, and the structure of the soul. The specific correspondence between the numerical relationships of musical intervals and the perceived order of the cosmos, the harmony of the spheres, the musical ratios whose specific proportions govern the distances between the planets and the relationships between their orbital periods, was one of the most productive and most enduring ideas in the entire history of Western thought, its specific implications pursued through Plato and Neoplatonism, through the medieval quadrivium, through Kepler's celestial harmonics, and through the contemporary investigation of the mathematical structures of physical law. The specifically magical application of numerological theory, the use of numerical correspondences for the interpretation of names, dates, and specific configurations of events, and the specific use of those interpretations as guidance for practical decision-making, is documented from the earliest periods of the Western tradition and has never ceased to be practiced. The specific system most widely used in contemporary numerology, in which the numerical values of the letters of the alphabet are used to reduce names and dates to single-digit numbers, whose specific qualities are then interpreted through a fixed system of numerical correspondences, represents a simplified and popularized version of the same fundamental insight that the Pythagorean and Kabbalistic traditions elaborated with far greater technical sophistication. That the world is built from number, and that those who know the numbers know the world. Fact 64, the left-hand path, the magic of transgression. Among the many distinctions that the Western magical tradition has used to organize the full range of its specific practices into a conceptual map, the distinction between white and black magic, between divine and demonic power, between the magic that works with the forces of order and the magic that works with the forces of chaos, none is more philosophically interesting, more historically contested, or more revealing of the specific relationship between magic and the social order that surrounds it than the distinction between the right-hand path and the left-hand path. The distinction, originating in the Hindu tantric tradition and adopted by the Western esoteric tradition in the 19th century, between the magical and spiritual practice that works within the norms and boundaries of the surrounding culture and the practice that specifically and deliberately transgresses those norms as a form of magical and spiritual technique. The left-hand path tradition in its Western form includes several distinct streams whose specific relationships to each other are matters of continuing debate among practitioners and scholars. The Satanism of Anton LaVey, whose Church of Satan, founded in San Francisco in 1966, and whose Satanic Bible, published in 1969, presented a philosophy of radical individualism and self-interest using the figure of Satan as a symbol of enlightened self-assertion rather than as an actually existing supernatural being. The theistic Satanism that regards Satan as a genuinely existing spiritual entity whose assistance is sought through specifically devotional practice. The Temple of Set, founded by the former Church of Satan High Priest Michael Aquino in 1975, whose specific magical philosophy centers on the Egyptian concept of the isolate self and its development through practices of radical self-distinction from the natural order. And the various currents of antinomian ceremonial magic that use deliberate transgression of moral and social norms as a technique for breaking through the conditioning of the ordinary personality to access deeper levels of will and intention. What all these currents share is the specific magical theory that the most profound transformations of the self require the specific disruption of the existing identity, that the practitioner who remains within the comfort of the familiar, the accepted, and the socially sanctioned is working with the most superficial layers of their own being, and that the deeper work requires the specific willingness to go to the edge of what is permissible and look over. This theory is not exclusive to the left-hand path tradition. It is present in different forms in the entire tradition of initiatory magic, which has always understood genuine initiation as a death and rebirth rather than merely an addition of knowledge to a personality that remains fundamentally unchanged. The left-hand path simply makes the transgressive dimension of this understanding explicit rather than implicit. Fact 65. Mana, power, taboo, and the Pacific magical world. The Polynesian and Melanesian concept of mana, a term introduced into the comparative study of religion and magic by the anthropologist R.R. Merritt in the early 20th century, following its documentation in Pacific Island ethnography, and whose subsequent adoption by the broader anthropological tradition as a general term for the kind of impersonal magical power distributed throughout the natural world, represents one of those specific cases in which a concept from a specific cultural tradition proved so theoretically useful that it was universalized in ways that somewhat distorted its original meaning, is one of the most important single concepts in the comparative study of magic. Providing a vocabulary for a dimension of the magical worldview that the European traditions focus on personal divine powers and the individual practitioners will have made difficult to articulate clearly. Mana, in its original Polynesian context, was understood as a specific quality of power, effectiveness, and prestige that attached to persons, objects, and places in varying degrees, and that could be accumulated, transmitted, and depleted through specific actions and relationships. The chief who successfully led his people in war accumulated mana through his success. The priest who performed the correct rituals accumulated mana through the specific proximity to the sacred that the ritual established. The object that had been in contact with a person of great mana shared in that mana and was itself powerful. Mana was not a personal quality in the sense of a talent or a virtue. It was more like a specific relationship with the creative power of the cosmos, a specific resonance with the forces that govern the world, that specific practices and specific relationships could strengthen or weaken. The concept of taboo, also from the Pacific, specifically the Tongan taboo, is the necessary complement of mana in the Pacific magical worldview. The specific restrictions on contact and behavior that protected ordinary people from the dangerous power concentrated in highly mana-laden persons and objects, and that protected those persons and objects from the specific depletion of their power that contact with the ordinary and the profane would produce. The chief's food could not be touched by ordinary hands because the mana concentrated in the chief would harm the toucher, and the contact of ordinary hands would diminish the chief's power. The sacred object could not be handled without specific ritual preparation because its power was as dangerous to the unprepared as a high-voltage cable. Mana and taboo together constitute a complete theory of the distribution of sacred power in the natural world, a theory whose specific elegance and whose specific applicability to the phenomena it was developed to explain have made it one of the most productive concepts in the cross-cultural study of magic. Fact 66. Magic and art, the enchanted image. The relationship between magic and the visual arts, between the specific power attributed to images in the magical tradition and the specific power of images to move, to fascinate, and to transform the consciousness of those who encounter them, is one of the oldest and most continuously operative connections in the history of human culture, rooted in the specific understanding of the image as a vehicle through which the invisible becomes visible, through which the power of what is depicted is made available to those who encounter the depiction, and through which the skilled practitioner can use the specific sympathetic connection between the image and its referent as the basis for magical operation. The Paleolithic cave paintings with which we began this account are magical images in the most fundamental sense. They are not decorations, but operations, specific acts of making present in visible form that were understood to participate in the power of what they depicted. The specific power attributed to images in the Egyptian tradition, the understanding that the painted or carved image of a deceased person could serve as a vehicle for their continued existence in the afterlife, that the image of a god could be animated by the correct ritual to receive the divine presence, that the defacing of an image was an attack on the person it depicted, is the most extensively documented ancient expression of the magical theory of images, but it is not unique to Egypt. The same understanding appears in virtually every tradition that has produced representational art in a context of magical or religious practice. The specific tradition of magical image-making in the Western esoteric tradition, from the talismanic images of the Arabic astrological magic tradition, through the engraved planetary talismans of Ficino's natural magic, through the elaborate ceremonial magical diagrams of the grimoire tradition, to the sigils of chaos magic and the specifically magical art of Austin Osman Spare, represents a continuous engagement with the specific question of how the visual image can be used as a vehicle for magical intention, how the correctly made image, charged with the practitioner's will, and connected through specific correspondences to the power it is intended to invoke or express, can function as a magical tool rather than merely a representation. The boundary between art and magic has always been a matter of intention and context rather than of technique. The image that moves us has always been, in some precise sense, working on us. Fact 67. The magical tradition in the modern world, New Age and beyond. The second half of the 20th century witnessed a convergence of previously separate streams of the magical tradition with the emerging counterculture, the human potential movement, and the specific spiritual hunger of a generation that had lost confidence in the institutional religious frameworks of its parents, without finding in the secular materialism of the dominant culture an adequate replacement. The New Age movement, a loose aggregation of spiritual practices, therapeutic techniques, cosmological beliefs, and commercial enterprises that developed from the late 1960s onward and reached its cultural peak in the 1980s and 1990s, was in significant part the popularization and commercialization of the Western esoteric tradition, translated from the language of initiatory orders and technical magical instruction into the language of self-help, personal empowerment, and the specific spiritual marketplace that the late capitalist culture of the English-speaking world had created. The specific practices that the New Age movement distributed to a mass audience, crystal healing, aura reading, channeling, past life regression, shamanic journeying, aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and batch flower remedies, astrology as personal psychological insight rather than cosmic determinism, the tarot as a tool for self-reflection rather than prediction, were in their underlying magical logic. Continuous with the tradition of practical magic that this account has followed through 5,000 years, the crystal placed on the windowsill for its specific energetic properties is participating in the same system of mineral correspondences that the medieval lapidary documented. The channeler who claims to receive communications from a non-physical intelligence is performing the same function as the shaman who returned from the spirit world with guidance for the community. The past life regression that uses hypnotic trance to access memories from previous incarnations is a contemporary expression of the same understanding of consciousness that the shamanic soul journey expressed in its own vocabulary. What changed in the New Age was not the fundamental magical logic, but the social context in which it operated. The removal of the initiatory barrier that had always separated the general public from the specialized knowledge of the practitioner, the democratization of magical technique through mass publishing, and eventually the internet, and the specific commodification of spiritual practice within the framework of consumer capitalism that produced, alongside genuinely transformative engagement with the tradition, an enormous quantity of diluted, decontextualized, and commercially packaged version of practices whose original contexts were considerably more demanding and considerably less comfortable than the wellness market that absorbed them could accommodate. Fact 68. Magic and language, spells, poetry, and the charged word. The relationship between magic and poetry, between the charged language of the magical formula and the charged language of the poem, between the specific power that the magical tradition attributes to the correctly spoken word and the specific power that the literary tradition attributes to the successfully written line, is one of the most productive and most revealing connections in the entire history of human symbolic culture. Rooted in the same ancient understanding of language as a force rather than merely a vehicle, as a participant in the events it describes rather than merely their report. The word spell itself carries the connection in its etymology. The Old English spell meant both a narrative or story and a formula of words with magical power, and the two meanings were not yet distinguished in the period when the word was coined, reflecting the original unity of the narrative and the magical formula in the tradition from which both derived. The specific quality that made a sequence of words a spell rather than merely a sentence, the specific combination of precise verbal form, correct ritual context, and the practitioner's focused intention, is continuous with the specific quality that makes a sequence of words a poem rather than merely prose. The specific density of meaning in relation to the number of words, the specific attention to sound as a carrier of significance beyond mere semantics, the specific requirement of a certain quality of attention from the person engaging with the words. The Romantic poets, Coleridge, Blake, Shelley, Keats, understood their poetic practice in explicitly magical terms, drawing on the Hermetic tradition and the Gothic revival's recuperation of the magical world to articulate a theory of the poetic imagination as a genuinely magical faculty. Capacity for perceiving and expressing the hidden connections between things that ordinary consciousness missed, and that the correctly organized sequence of words could make visible to the reader who was capable of receiving them. Yeats, the most explicitly magical of the great modernist poets, spent as much time in the Golden Dawn's ceremonial magical practice as in the composition of his verse, understanding both as expressions of the same fundamental engagement with the hidden structure of reality. The poem is a spell that does not claim to be one. The spell is a poem that does not pretend to be merely beautiful. Fact 69, the magic of the body, yoga, kai, and the physical instrument. Among the many dimensions of the magical tradition that the Western esoteric literature has historically underemphasized in favor of the specifically verbal, symbolic, and cognitive dimensions of magical practice, none has been more systematically developed in the Eastern magical traditions, and none is more immediately relevant to the contemporary practitioner's experience than the understanding of the physical body itself as the primary instrument of magical practice. The specific vehicle through which the practitioner's engagement with the invisible world must be conducted, and whose specific condition, training, and cultivation constitutes one of the most important determinants of the effectiveness of any magical operation. The Tantric traditions of India and Tibet, whose understanding of the body as a microcosmic map of the universe, whose specific network of subtle energy channels and centers, provided the framework for the most sophisticated body-based magical and spiritual practice in the history of any tradition, developed an understanding of the relationship between the physical body and the subtle body that has no equivalent in the mainstream of the Western esoteric tradition. The specific practices of Hatha Yoga, the physical postures, the breath control techniques, the specific muscular locks and seals, were understood not primarily as exercise, but as preparation of the physical instrument for the subtle work, as the systematic opening and clarification of the specific channels through which the practitioner's magical and spiritual energy was understood to flow. The Chinese concept of Kai, the subtle vital energy, whose specific cultivation through the practices of Qigong and the martial arts and the specific dietary and lifestyle recommendations of Chinese medicine, constitutes the foundation of the Chinese understanding of health and magical capacity, represents the same fundamental insight in its specifically Chinese cultural expression. That the practitioner's effectiveness in any domain, including the magical, is directly related to the quantity and quality and free circulation of their vital energy, and that the specific practices of cultivation, the physical exercises, the breathwork, the dietary discipline, the emotional regulation, are therefore as important to the magical practitioner as the knowledge of the correct symbolic systems and the correct ritual procedures. The most perfectly drawn magical circle, inhabited by a practitioner whose energy is depleted and whose body is in disorder, will accomplish less than an imperfect operation performed by a practitioner in full vital health. The tradition knows this. It has always known it. Fact 70, magic at 70, what the practice does to the practitioner. We stand at the 70th fact, and the specific question that has been building across the entire account, the question that the history of magic always eventually arrives at. When the external history has been sufficiently traced, and the internal logic of the tradition has been sufficiently examined, is the question that the practitioner at the center of every magical operation eventually must face. What does the practice actually do? Not to the external world, not to the specific targets of specific operations, but to the practitioner themselves, to the consciousness, the character, the specific quality of attention and engagement with reality that the long practice of magic, pursued with sufficient seriousness and sufficient honesty, produces in the person who practices it. In the last 10 facts, we have entered Wicca and found in it a genuinely new and genuinely productive synthesis built on a historically inaccurate founding myth. We have met chaos magic in its radical pragmatism and found in it the most contemporary expression of the tradition's oldest insight, that the practitioner's state of consciousness is the primary magical variable. We have traced numerology to its Pythagorean roots. We have examined the left-hand path and found in transgression a specific magical logic that the tradition at large acknowledges without always naming. We have encountered mana and taboo as the pacific expression of the universal magical understanding of power as something distributed in the world rather than generated by the individual practitioner. We have found magic in art, in poetry, in the physical body, and in the specific practices of cultivation that the Eastern traditions developed to prepare the body as an instrument of magical work. What these 10 facts have been tracing, beneath their specific historical and cultural content, is the specific effect that serious magical practice has on the practitioner who engages with it honestly. The development of a specific quality of attention to the invisible dimensions of ordinary experience, the cultivation of a specific sensitivity to the correspondence and connection that underlies the surface separateness of things, and the gradual transformation of the practitioner's relationship to the world from that of a passive recipient of its conditions to that of an active participant in its ongoing creation. Magic does something to the person who practices it. The 30 facts ahead examine what that something is. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71, Sacred Geometry, the mathematical architecture of the invisible. Among the many bridges that the magical tradition has constructed between the material world and the invisible world whose structures it claims to reveal and work with, none is more intellectually rigorous, more aesthetically compelling, or more surprisingly convergent with the findings of modern mathematics and physics than sacred geometry. The understanding that specific geometrical forms, the circle, the triangle, the pentagon, the hexagon, the specific proportional relationships expressed in the golden ratio and the Fibonacci sequence, are not merely human constructions, but expressions of the fundamental mathematical order of reality, patterns that appear at every scale of nature from the spiral of a nautilus shell to the structure of a galaxy because they are, in the deepest sense, the forms through which the universe organizes itself. The specific origins of sacred geometry in the Western tradition are Pythagorean and Platonic. The Pythagorean identification of number and form as the fundamental constituents of reality, and Plato's elaboration of this insight in the Timaeus, where the specific geometrical forms, the 5 regular solids, the Platonic solids, each associated with one of the 4 elements plus the form of the cosmos itself, provide the mathematical framework within which the demiurge constructs the physical world. The specific appeal of this framework to the magical tradition is its claim that the mathematical forms are not abstractions imposed on a formless world by human minds, but patterns inherent in the structure of reality itself, patterns that the practitioner who learns to work with them is working with the fundamental language in which the world is written. The specific practical application of sacred geometry in the magical tradition takes multiple forms. The construction of the magical circle and the specific geometric figures inscribed within it, the triangle, the hexagram, the pentagram, each carrying specific symbolic and magical significance derived from the specific mathematical relationships they express. Design of sacred architecture, the Gothic cathedral, the Hindu temple, the Islamic mosque, whose specific proportions were understood to create a space that participated in the mathematical harmony of the cosmos, and that therefore provided an especially favorable environment for the encounter with the divine, and the use of geometric patterns as objects of magical and meditative attention, their specific forms serving as vehicles for the specific qualities of consciousness they were understood to embody. The circle contains the whole, the triangle is the minimum structure, the pentagon encodes the golden ratio in every proportion of its form. The universe builds everything from these patterns. The magician who knows this is working with the universe's own tools. Fact 72, the magical properties of animals, familiars, totems, and spirit helpers. The relationship between the magical practitioner and the animal world, the specific understanding of animals as possessing qualities, powers, and forms of intelligence that the human practitioner can ally with, learn from, and incorporate into their magical work, is one of the oldest and most universally distributed dimensions of the magical tradition. Rooted in the shamanic understanding of the animal as a being whose specific relationship to the natural world contains knowledge and power that the human being, with their greater cognitive complexity and lesser ecological embeddedness, cannot access through purely human means. The shaman's animal helper, the specific spirit ally who accompanies the shaman on their journeys into the other world, who provides protection, guidance, and specific powers that the shaman's own human nature does not include, is one of the earliest and most consistently documented figures in the shamanic literature. Present in the traditions of Siberian shamanism, from which the concept of the shaman was first formally described by Western anthropologists, and recognizable in the animal helper figures of virtually every other shamanic tradition that has been studied. The specific animal ally's qualities, the eagle's far-seeing, the wolf's tracking, the bear's strength and healing power, the serpent's access to underground knowledge, are understood as genuine gifts available to the practitioner who has established the specific relationship with that animal spirit through the correct ritual procedures, not as metaphors or psychological projections, but as real powers that genuinely expand the practitioner's capacity to operate in both the physical and the spirit world. The Western magical tradition's version of the animal helper, the familiar spirit, the specific animal companion whose relationship to the witch or the cunning person provided that practitioner with a connection to the spirit world unavailable to ordinary people, was understood in the demonological literature of the witch trial period as a demonic being in animal form provided by the devil as part of the witch's pact. The actual tradition from which the familiar emerged was considerably more complex and considerably more continuous with the broader shamanic tradition. The cunning person's animal ally, typically a cat, a toad, a hare, or a bird, was understood as a spirit rather than as a demon, a being of a different order than the human who nevertheless existed in a relationship of mutual assistance and genuine affection with the practitioner. The witch trial literature demonized the familiar. The tradition that produced it understood it as a companion. Fact 73. The Moon and Magic, the oldest calendar. The moon has occupied a position of special importance in the magical tradition across cultures and across millennia that is unrivaled by any other celestial body except the sun. And in the specifically magical tradition, as opposed to the religious traditions that have more consistently emphasized solar imagery, the moon has, if anything, the more central role, its specific relationship to the cycles of time, to the tides of the ocean, to the fertility of the earth and the bodies of women, and to the specific quality of night consciousness that the magical tradition has always regarded as more permeable to invisible influences than the sharp clarity of daylight, making it the most important celestial influence on the timing and character of magical operation. The specific understanding of lunar influence that organized magical practice across the Western tradition was organized around the cycle of the moon's phases. The new moon as the time of beginnings, of planting, of initiating new projects and new magical workings. The waxing moon as the time of growth and increase, when magic for attraction and accumulation and expansion was most effective. The full moon as the time of maximum power, when the moon's influence was at its peak and the practitioner's access to the invisible world most direct. And the waning moon as the time of banishing, releasing, and removing, the appropriate time for operations designed to diminish, eliminate, or protect against unwanted influences. This framework, so simple in its basic structure, so consistently applied across the full range of the Western folk and ceremonial magical tradition, is one of the most universal organizing principles in the history of magical practice, present in traditions as different as ancient Egyptian agricultural magic and contemporary Wiccan ritual. The specific association between the moon and the feminine, the connection between the lunar cycle and the menstrual cycle, whose approximately corresponding lengths produced in virtually every culture that observed both a sense of essential correspondence between the woman's body and the moon's movement through the sky, gave the lunar tradition a dimension of specifically feminine sacred significance that the magical tradition has consistently honored and consistently been threatened by in exactly the same measure, the power attributed to women through their natural lunar connection being simultaneously the source of the wise woman's authority and the basis of the witchfinder's accusation. The moon does not choose its associations. The traditions that receive those associations choose what to do with them. The history of the moon in the magical tradition is, in significant part, the history of what different cultures have chosen to do with power they did not fully understand. Fact 74. The Druids' magic in the sacred grove. Among the magical traditions of the ancient world that have exercised the most persistent and most productive influence on the subsequent development of Western occultism, despite, or perhaps because of, the specific paucity of reliable historical documentation about their actual practices. None has captured the imagination of the post-classical Western world more completely or more enduringly than the tradition of the Celtic Druids. The priestly caste of the pre-Roman Celtic peoples of Gaul, Britain, and Ireland, whose specific roles as religious specialists, legal authorities, philosophical teachers, and magical practitioners were described with varying degrees of accuracy and agenda by a series of Greek and Roman observers, suppressed by Roman imperial policy, and subsequently idealized by the Romantic movement and the modern Druidic revival into something considerably more spiritually elevated than the sources support. The specifically magical dimension of Druidic practice, as the Roman and Greek sources describe it, included expertise in divination, particularly divination through the examination of the entrails of sacrificial victims and through the observation of the flight of birds, the performance of rituals whose specific character and specific purpose the sources rarely describe in adequate detail, the use of the mistletoe harvested from the oak tree as a sacred substance of particular power, and the specific practice of human sacrifice in forms whose details the Roman sources may have exaggerated for political purposes, but whose general existence the archaeological record provides some evidence to support. The Druid was simultaneously a priest, a philosopher, a legal judge, a poet, and a magical practitioner. The specific integration of all these functions in a single priestly role, reflecting a social organization in which the boundaries between the sacred and the secular had not yet been drawn in the ways that the Roman administrative and the later Christian ecclesiastical traditions would impose. The modern Druidic revival, beginning with the founding of the Ancient Order of Druids in London in 1781, and continuing through the Neo-Druidic orders of the 19th century, and the Druid movements associated with the revival of Celtic religion in the 20th, has produced a tradition that is, in its honest practitioner's own assessment, a modern creation rather than a continuous inheritance from the ancient Druids, drawing on the available historical sources. On the Celtic literary tradition of medieval Ireland and Wales, and on the specific spiritual values of the contemporary pagan movement to create a living practice whose relationship to the ancient original is more a matter of spiritual lineage than of historical continuity. The oak grove is still sacred. The mistletoe still grows. The specific knowledge of what the ancient Druids did beneath it is, and will likely remain, beyond recovery. Fact 75. Necromancy, speaking with the dead. Necromancy, the magical practice of communicating with the dead, of using the specific knowledge or power of the deceased to obtain information unavailable to the living or to achieve specific practical ends, is one of the oldest and most consistently prohibited and most consistently practiced forms of magic in the history of the tradition, its specific appeal rooted in the most fundamental human relationship to mortality. The specific grief of those left behind, the specific desire to know that the beloved dead continue in some form of existence, and the specific hope that the knowledge and the power of the dead remains in some sense accessible to those who knew how to reach it. The practice of necromancy appears in the earliest layers of every major magical tradition that has left documentary evidence. In the Mesopotamian tradition, where the spirits of the dead, the etamu, were understood to continue a form of existence in the underworld that could be disturbed by the living, and whose specific communications were sought through specific ritual procedures. In the Greek tradition, where the Homeric Nekuia, the ritual consultation of the dead performed by Odysseus at the edge of the underworld, provided the literary template for all subsequent Western accounts of necromantic practice. In the Roman tradition, where the specific powers of the Lemures and the Lares, the spirits of the dead, were both feared and sought, and in the Jewish and Christian traditions, where the prohibition of necromancy was emphatic precisely because the practice was widespread. The specific form that necromancy took in the medieval and early modern European magical tradition, the ceremonial invocation of the dead through specific ritual procedures involving the graveyard's specific timing related to the phases of the moon and the hours of the night, and specific material components including earth from the grave and sometimes items that had belonged to the deceased, represents one of the most clearly documented intersections between the learned ceremonial magical tradition of the grimoires and the popular folk tradition of the cunning folk, both streams drawing on the same fundamental understanding of the dead as possessing a specific form of knowledge and a specific form of power that the correctly performed ritual could access. The dead know things the living cannot. The tradition has always believed this. It has never entirely stopped acting on the belief. Fact 76. Magic and ethics, the responsibility of power. The question of the ethics of magical practice, the question of what the practitioner who has developed genuine skill in the manipulation of invisible forces is and is not permitted to do with that skill, is one of the most persistently and most diversely answered questions in the entire history of the tradition, and its diversity of answers reflects the full range of the tradition's specific understandings of the nature of magical power, the structure of the universe in which it operates, and the relationship between the individual practitioner and the broader community that the practitioner serves or threatens. The most widely known formulation of magical ethics in the contemporary Western tradition is the Wiccan Raid, the principle that the practitioner should do what they will as long as it harms no one, and the closely related concept of the threefold law, the claim that whatever energy a magical practitioner sends out returns to them threefold, functioning as a form of magical karma that provides a specifically magical incentive for ethical behavior. These formulations, whatever their specific historical origins, the Wiccan Rede was first publicly articulated in its current form by Doreen Valiant in 1964, reflect a specific understanding of the ethical dimension of magical practice that has been present in the tradition in various forms for a very long time. The understanding that the use of magical power for harmful ends carries consequences for the practitioner that the purely practical calculation of the harm-doing does not capture. The specific ethical challenge that the tradition faces with every harmful magical request is the tension between the practitioner's genuine capacity to cause harm through magical means, a capacity that the tradition has never entirely denied, even when it has sought to restrict its exercise, and the specific responsibility that accompanies any significant capacity for action. The cunning folk who identified witches and provided counter-magic understood that their identification could result in violence against the accused. The ceremonial magician who performs a binding spell on an abusive person is making a judgment about whose will should override whose. The practitioner who uses a love spell to compel a specific person's desire is substituting their judgment for that person's own. These questions do not have simple answers. The tradition has never provided them. What it has consistently provided is the insistence that the questions must be asked, that magical power is not morally neutral, and that the practitioner who pretends otherwise is neither wise nor safe. Fact 77, Magic and the Internet, the Digital Cauldron. The emergence of the Internet in the 1990s and its progressive integration into the daily life of the majority of the world's population in the 2 decades that followed produced a transformation in the social organization and the public visibility of the magical tradition that has no precedent in the history of the tradition, and that has implications for its future that are still in the process of working themselves out. The specific characteristics of the Internet, its radical democratization of information access, its capacity for anonymous or pseudonymous communication, its creation of communities of interest that transcend geographical limitation, created conditions in which the magical tradition could develop and disseminate in ways that the initiatory order, the published book, and the personal apprenticeship that had previously been the primary vehicles of transmission could not have enabled. The most immediately obvious consequence of the Internet for the magical tradition was the dissolution of the information barrier that had previously separated magical knowledge from the general public. The specific contents of the Golden Dawn initiatory curriculum, the detailed instructions of the grimoire tradition, the specific ritual practices of numerous initiatory orders, all of this material, previously available only to initiates of specific organizations or to the readers of specialist publications with small circulation, became available to anyone with internet access and the specific search query that would lead them to it. The democratization of magical knowledge that the printing press had begun in the 16th century was completed, or nearly so, in the first decade of the 21st century. The social media dimension of the contemporary magical tradition, the Tumblr witchcraft communities of the 2010s, the TikTok witches whose videos collectively accumulated billions of views in the 2020s, the Discord servers of specific magical traditions, the Reddit communities where practitioners share experiences and seek advice, represents a genuinely new form of magical community. Organized not around geographical proximity or initiatory affiliation, but around voluntary association through shared interest, whose specific characteristics, the absence of gatekeeping, the radical inclusivity, the rapid dissemination of new techniques and new ideas, the occasional spectacular misinformation, reflect the general characteristics of internet community in its current form. The cauldron is now digital. The tradition that stirred it over wood fires in sacred groves is discovering what it becomes when it boils in the cloud. Fact 78, the magical practitioner today, who practices and why. The contemporary magical practitioner, the person who in the 21st century engages seriously with some aspect of the magical tradition, whether as a Wiccan or pagan celebrating the seasonal festivals, a chaos magician working with sigils and paradigm shifts, a ceremonial magician performing the rituals of the Golden Dawn curriculum, a practitioner of hoodoo or santeria or candomblé within their specific cultural community, a tarot reader or astrologer. A student of Kabbalah or Hermeticism, or simply someone who lights candles and states intentions on the new moon, is statistically far more common than the public discourse about magic as a marginal or deviant belief system would suggest. The specific population that contemporary surveys identify as practicing some form of magic or engaging with some aspect of the esoteric tradition varies significantly depending on how the question is asked and what range of practices is counted, but the general finding is consistent. In the English-speaking world, and in much of the rest of the world, the number of people who engage with some form of magical practice is larger than the number of people who belong to some of the most established mainstream religious denominations, and it is growing. Specific growth areas in recent decades: the explosion of interest in astrology among young adults, the rapid expansion of the tarot market, the emergence of the self-identified witch as a cultural identity claimed by a significant and publicly visible population, reflect the specific spiritual hungers of a generation that has grown up in the ruins of institutional religious confidence, and that has found in the magical tradition something that the available alternatives have not provided. A sense of personal agency in relation to the invisible forces that shape individual experience, a symbolic language adequate to the complexity of that experience, and a community of practice that does not require the abandonment of intellectual integrity in exchange for the comfort of belonging. Fact 79, Magic and Healing, the Practitioner as Physician. Among all the specific practical applications of magic that the tradition has developed across 5,000 years of its history, the one that has been most consistently sought, most broadly distributed across the full range of the tradition's cultural expressions, and most consequential in its effects on the development of both the magical tradition and the medical tradition, is the application of magical knowledge to the healing of physical and psychological illness. The healer and the magician have, in the majority of cultures and the majority of historical periods, been the same person, the practitioner whose specific knowledge of the invisible forces that govern physical health, and whose specific techniques for engaging those forces in the service of restoration, provided the most effective available response to the specific vulnerability of the human body to illness, injury, and the particular forms of suffering that the medical tradition has struggled to fully address. The specific mechanisms through which magical healing was understood to operate varied across traditions and periods, but the underlying logic was consistent. Illness was understood as a disruption of the normal order of the person, caused by the intrusion of a malevolent supernatural force, the loss of a vital principle, the breaking of a social or cosmological relationship, or the specific action of a hostile magical practitioner, and the healer's task was to identify the specific cause and to apply the specific countermeasure: the expulsion of the intruding force, the recovery of the lost soul, the restoration of the broken relationship, the dissolution of the harmful spell. The Mesopotamian Ashipu, the African Sangoma, the Siberian shaman, the Amazonian curandero, the European cunning person, all were performing variations of the same fundamental operation: the identification of the invisible cause of the visible suffering and the application of the invisible remedy. The contemporary encounter between the magical healing tradition and the evidence-based medicine of the 21st century is one of the most contested and most practically important intersections in the history of the tradition. The placebo effect, the documented efficacy of ritual healing in specific conditions, the specific psychological and physiological benefits of spiritual practice and community membership. All of these are empirical findings that suggest the magical healing tradition was not operating purely on illusion. That the specific mechanisms it engaged, the alteration of the patient's consciousness, the mobilization of the community's support, the activation of specific physiological responses through ritual procedure, are real and produce real effects, even when the specific supernatural framework within which those mechanisms were understood does not correspond to the causal structure that modern medicine identifies. Fact 80, Magic at 80, the Practitioner in the Circle. We stand at the 80th fact, 20 facts from the end of our journey through the history of magic, and the full arc of the tradition has now been traced from its origins in the shamanic practice of the Paleolithic, through its elaboration in every major civilization, to its specific contemporary forms in the digital age and the wellness marketplace, and the initiatory orders, and the solitary practitioners who make up the most numerous and the most invisible constituency of the living tradition. In the last 10 facts, we have stood in the sacred geometry of the circle and understood why the form matters. We have met the animal companion in its shamanic and its Western forms. We have followed the moon through its cycle and found in the lunar calendar the most universal organizer of magical time. We have visited the oak grove and found the druids both historical and imagined. We have crossed the threshold of necromancy and found the dead more accessible in the tradition's understanding than in the materialist worldviews. We have confronted the ethics of magical practice and found them genuinely complex, irreducible to simple formulas, requiring the specific quality of judgment that no rule system can replace. We have watched the magical tradition transform in the digital medium. We have taken a census of the contemporary practitioner. And we have followed the healer and the magician through their shared history. What the 80th fact makes visible is the same thing the tradition itself makes visible to the practitioner who has worked with it long enough. That the categories with which we began, the distinction between magic and religion, between magic and science, between the practitioner and the ordinary person, have not exactly dissolved but have become much more porous, much more conditional, much more dependent on specific context and specific purpose than they appeared at the beginning of the inquiry. The tradition is not what it appeared to be at first sight. It is older, wider, more practically consequential, and more deeply human than any simple description of it can capture. The 20 facts ahead are the closest thing to an answer. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81, Madame Blavatsky and Theosophy, the Victorian Occult Empire. Among the many extraordinary figures who contributed to the Victorian occult revival, the period between approximately 1850 and 1914, when the Western esoteric tradition experienced its most dramatic public resurgence since the Renaissance, none was more culturally influential, more personally flamboyant, or more consequential for the subsequent development of both the Eastern-inflected dimension of Western spirituality and the broader New Age movement than Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the Russian noblewoman, adventuress, and self-described occultist who co-founded the Theosophical Society in New York in 1875, and who produced in the course of the following decade 2 massive and enormously influential works, Isis Unveiled, published in 1877, and The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, that combined the Western Hermetic tradition with ideas drawn from Hindu and Buddhist philosophy, Kabbalistic esotericism, and acclaimed access to the teachings of a brotherhood of hidden masters located in Tibet, into a synthetic vision of cosmic history and human spiritual evolution, whose specific ideas became the primary theoretical framework for the New Age movement a century after their formulation. Blavatsky's specific biographical claims that she had spent years in Tibet studying with hidden masters who possessed the secret wisdom of the ages, that she received portions of her written work through a form of dictation from these masters, that she was capable of producing genuine paranormal phenomena, including the materialization of letters from the masters and various other physical manifestations, were investigated by the Society for Psychical Research in 1885 and found, in a report that was withdrawn and partially retracted a century later, to be fraudulent. The specific question of Blavatsky's honesty, whether she was a genuine occultist who supplemented genuine experience with theatrical effects for practical purposes, or a systematic fraud of extraordinary literary and intellectual gifts, has never been definitively resolved and is unlikely to be. What is not in doubt is the scale of her influence. Theosophy shaped the development of the modern pagan movement, the New Age movement, the Western reception of Hindu and Buddhist philosophy, the development of abstract art through the theosophically influenced work of Wassily Kandinsky and Piet Mondrian, and the specific spiritual vocabulary through which millions of 20th century seekers understood their experience. Whether the masters were real, their message reached the world. Fact 82, the trickster magic's most subversive figure. Among all the figures that populate the mythological and magical traditions of the world's cultures, among the gods, the heroes, the witches, the shamans, the wise men and wise women who carry the tradition's specific understanding of power and its proper use, none is more universally distributed, more philosophically subversive, or more revealing of the specific relationship between magical power and the social order that surrounds it than the trickster. The figure who uses cunning, deception, boundary crossing, and the specific power of the transgressive act to achieve what direct power cannot accomplish, whose specific magical quality is not strength or wisdom, but the capacity to find the gap in any system and move through it in ways that the system's designers never anticipated. The trickster appears in every major mythological tradition in a form recognizably continuous with its appearances in every other. Hermes in the Greek tradition, the messenger god who is also the guide of souls and the patron of thieves, whose specific magical role as the being who crosses between worlds, between the living and the dead, between the divine and the human, between the known and the unknown, makes him simultaneously the most useful and the least trustworthy of the Olympians. Loki in the Norse tradition, the shapeshifter and boundary crosser whose specific role in the mythological narrative is to create the problems that the other gods must then solve, and sometimes to solve the problems that the other gods have created. Coyote in the traditions of many North American peoples, the primordial bungler and improviser whose specific creativity derives precisely from the inability to follow any plan all the way to its intended conclusion. Anansi the spider in the West African and Afro-Caribbean tradition, the keeper of stories whose specific power is the power of narrative itself, the capacity to reshape reality through the telling of a different version of it. The trickster's specific magical significance is the demonstration that power is not only a matter of strength or knowledge, but also of position, timing, and the specific quality of attention to the gap between what a system expects and what is actually possible within it. The trickster does not defeat the stronger party by becoming stronger. They defeat the stronger party by being more attentive to the specific conditions that make unexpected action possible. This is, in its essence, a magical insight. The magician who changes the world does so not by overpowering it, but by finding the specific point at which the world's own dynamics can be redirected. The trickster and the magician are the same figure seen from different distances. At close range, the trickster is the magician who is also laughing. Fact 83. Magic and consciousness, altered states as technology. The relationship between magical practice and altered states of consciousness. The specific qualities of awareness that differ from the ordinary waking state in ways that the practitioner experiences as providing access to dimensions of reality not available to ordinary perception, is one of the most fundamental and most consistently documented relationships in the entire history of the tradition. Present in the shamanic drumming and plant medicine ceremonies of the Paleolithic, through the ritual fasting and sleep deprivation of the ancient temple traditions, through the specific techniques of visualization and breath control developed in the Tantric and Taoist traditions, to the contemporary use of psychoactive substances in neo-shamanic ceremonies and the specific altered states produced by extended meditation, ritual dance, and the specific sensory conditions of the ceremonial magical working. The specific altered states most consistently sought in the magical tradition, the shamanic trance in which the practitioner experiences a journey to another world, the mystical absorption in which the boundary between the practitioner and the larger reality dissolves, the prophetic state in which information unavailable to ordinary cognition presents itself as vision or voice, share a specific phenomenological character that the tradition has described in various vocabularies across 5,000 years. An expansion of the sense of what is real beyond the boundaries of ordinary perception, an experience of connection and meaning that ordinary consciousness cannot sustain, and a specific quality of information or insight whose clarity and whose apparent source in something beyond the ordinary mind gives it a particular authority in the practitioner's subsequent understanding of their experience. The specific neuroscientific investigation of these states, the study of the brain activity associated with shamanic trance, with meditation, with the effects of the classic psychedelic substances, has produced in the last 3 decades findings that have significantly complicated the simple dismissal of magical consciousness as self-deception. The specific brain states associated with mystical experience are real, measurable, and reproducible. The cognitive effects of these states, the specific increases in creative thinking, in the perception of meaningful connection between previously unrelated phenomena, in the quality of attention available for the investigation of internal experience, are empirically demonstrable. And the therapeutic effects of specific altered state experiences, particularly those produced by psilocybin and related substances in carefully controlled ritual settings, are among the most promising findings in the current literature on the treatment of depression, addiction, and end-of-life anxiety. The tradition knew that specific states of consciousness were tools. The science is confirming it. Fact 84. The curse, hexes, jinxes, and the power of ill will. The curse, the deliberate direction of magical power toward the harm, misfortune, or destruction of a specific person or group of persons, is simultaneously the most feared, the most prohibited, and the most frequently attributed form of magical operation in the history of the tradition. The specific practice, whose possibility has generated the most extensive body of counter-magic, and the most elaborate social drama of accusation and defense in every culture where magical belief has been operative. The curse is also, in the specific terms of the tradition's own ethical analysis, the most morally unambiguous form of magical harm, the clearest case in which the practitioner's will is directed against another person's well-being, and its existence as a genuine and frequently sought magical service reveals something important about the specific range of human motivation that the tradition has always served. The specific techniques of cursing documented in the historical record span the full range of the tradition's practical methods. The spoken curse, the formula of ill will directed at a specific person in words whose specific character, the precision of the naming, the specificity of the harm invoked, the authority of the power called upon to deliver it, gave the words their specific magical charge. The written curse from the Greek depictions deposited in grave to the crossed conditions candles of hoodoo practice. The material curse, operating through the specific objects, the doll made in the target's image, the bundle of specific materials combined according to the tradition's specific prescriptions, whose sympathetic connection to the target was the vehicle through which the harm was transmitted. And the glance curse, the evil eye in its most deliberately malevolent form, the directed gaze of concentrated ill will whose specific mechanism remained debated, but whose specific effects the tradition in every culture regarded as real and documented with great specificity. The ethics of cursing, the question of under what circumstances, if any, the use of magic for harm is justified, has been answered differently by different traditions and different practitioners, and the contemporary magical community's debates about the legitimacy of cursing reflect genuine philosophical disagreements rather than simple ignorance. The tradition of the binding spell, which incapacitates rather than harms, represents one widely accepted alternative to the pure curse. The tradition of justified cursing in response to genuine injustice represents another position, and the tradition of absolute non-harm represents a third. The curse is the test of the tradition's ethics. Every practitioner eventually faces it. Fact 85. Magic in popular culture, the enchanted mainstream. The presence of magic in popular culture, in fiction, in film, in television, in gaming, in the visual arts, in the social media landscape of the 21st century, is so pervasive that it has become one of the most reliable indicators of the specific spiritual hunger of contemporary Western society, a hunger for the sense of a world more porous to human intention and more alive with invisible significance than the dominant materialist culture provides. Expressed through the consumption of narratives in which magic is real, in which the invisible world is accessible, and in which the individual human being possesses or can develop specific powers that transform their relationship to the conditions of their life. The specific trajectory of magic in popular fiction across the 20th century reflects the broader cultural movement from the suppression to the rehabilitation of the magical worldview. The pulp fantasy of the early century, operating in the tradition of William Morris and Lord Dunsany, established the template of the secondary world fantasy, whose magic systems were the primary imaginative resource of the genre. Tolkien's Middle-earth, whose specific magic was embedded in a cosmological framework drawn directly from the Northern European mythological tradition. C.S. Lewis's Narnia, whose deep magic was a specifically theological concept. Ursula K. Le Guin's Earthsea, whose magic system was the most philosophically sophisticated in the genre, its specific understanding of the relationship between the true name and the essence of things, drawing directly on the actual magical tradition. And then Harry Potter, the specific cultural phenomenon that introduced hundreds of millions of children and their parents to the basic vocabulary and the basic emotional appeal of the magical tradition, producing a generation for whom the existence of a hidden magical world parallel to the ordinary one was a formative imaginative experience rather than a childhood fantasy to be grown out of. The specific cultural consequence of this sustained immersion in magical narrative, the specific effect on the imagination and the expectations of the generation that grew up with these texts, is visible in the demographics of the contemporary magical community, whose fastest-growing segment consists of people who came to the actual practice of magic after an extensive imaginative engagement with its fictional representations. The fiction preceded the practice. The practice drew on the fiction. The tradition absorbed a generation that the tradition's fiction had prepared. Fact 86. Magic and War, the Military and the Invisible. The use of magical techniques in the context of military conflict is one of the most extensively documented and most consistently recurring applications of magical practice across the full history of the tradition, present in every military culture that has left a documentary record and representing one of the clearest expressions of the specific motivation that drives magical practice in extremis. The recognition that the visible dimensions of military power, numbers, weapons, training, logistics, do not fully account for the outcome of battle, and that the invisible dimensions, morale, timing, the specific quality of attention and intention on both sides, may be as decisive as any material advantage. The specific forms of military magic documented in the historical record span the full range of the tradition's practical methods. The divination of the battle's outcome, whose specific techniques, the examination of entrails, the interpretation of bird flight, the reading of celestial omens, provided the pre-battle intelligence that the commanders of classical antiquity regarded as essential to sound military decision-making. The cursing of the enemy, whose specific techniques included the defixio tablets deposited in enemy territory, the specific ritual formulas for confusing and weakening the opposition, and the preparation of specific material objects designed to undermine the enemy's will and effectiveness, and the magical protection of one's own forces through amulets, ritual blessings, the specific invocation of divine protection, and the preparation of the battlefield through the correct ritual procedures. The 20th century produced its own specifically military magical enterprises, most notoriously in the Second World War. The British military's employment of Aleister Crowley as an advisor whose specific knowledge of the German occult tradition might be useful in the context of the Nazi leadership's documented interest in occultism. The American military's extended investigation of remote viewing, the claimed capacity to perceive information about distant locations through non-ordinary means, that was pursued from the early 1970s until 1995 under the classified programs known successively as SCNAT, Gondola Wish, Grill Flame, CENTR Lane, Sunstreak, and SDRGAT, and that produced a body of documented research whose specific findings remain. Even after declassification, among the most contested in the literature of anomalous cognition, the military has never fully believed in magic. It has never fully stopped investigating it. Fact 87, the law of attraction, ancient magic in a modern package. Among the many expressions of the magical worldview that have achieved genuine mass-market distribution in the 21st century, expressions so thoroughly repackaged in the language of positive thinking, personal development, and scientific self-help that their specific continuity with the 5,000-year-old magical tradition from which they derive is rarely acknowledged. None has been more commercially successful, more culturally pervasive, or more philosophically revealing of the specific intersection between magic and the consumer capitalist culture of the early 21st century than the law of attraction. The claim, most widely distributed through Rhonda Byrne's book The Secret, published in 2006 and subsequently distributed in more than 30 languages to more than 30 million readers, that the specific quality of a person's habitual thoughts and feelings determines, through a mechanism of vibrational resonance with the universe, the specific material circumstances of their life, and that the deliberate cultivation of specific thoughts and feelings of abundance, success, and desire fulfilled will cause the desired material circumstances to manifest in the practitioner's experience. The law of attraction is, in its fundamental magical logic, a restatement of the most basic principle of the Western magical tradition. The claim that the practitioner's consciousness, focused with sufficient intensity on a specific desired outcome, and combined with the correct emotional state of already having received, produces effects in the external world that cannot be explained through the conventional causal mechanisms of material interaction. This is what every spell that was ever cast claimed to do. The specific vocabulary has changed. Where the grimoire tradition spoke of the astral light and the power of the will, the secret speaks of vibration and the universe. But the fundamental claim is the same, and the fundamental cognitive mechanism being invoked, the focused imagination, the emotional simulation of the desired state, the deliberate alignment of the practitioner's consciousness with the intended outcome, is recognizably continuous with the magical techniques that Agrippa described and that Crowley systematized. The specific ethical criticism of the law of attraction, the objection that its logic implies that every person who suffers from poverty or illness or oppression has attracted that suffering through their own thought patterns, is the same criticism that applies to any magical worldview that makes the practitioner's consciousness the primary determinant of their experience. It risks making the victim responsible for their victimization and the structural causes of suffering invisible behind the claim of individual mental causation. The tradition at its most sophisticated has always known this limitation. The market version, inevitably, ignores it. Fact 88, Magic and Quantum Physics, Convergences and Cautions. Among the many attempts that the 20th and 21st centuries have made to find in the discoveries of modern physics a scientific foundation for the magical worldview, to demonstrate that the quantum mechanical description of physical reality is not merely compatible with the tradition's claims about the power of consciousness to affect the physical world, but actually provides the causal mechanism through which those effects are produced. None has been more culturally influential, more widely cited by contemporary practitioners, or more consistently criticized by the physicists whose work is being recruited for purposes they explicitly disavow than the various formulations of the claim that quantum physics confirms magic. The specific features of quantum mechanics most frequently invoked in this context are the measurement problem, the fact that quantum systems exist in superpositions of possible states until a measurement is made, at which point a specific state is realized, and the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, in which the states of two particles that have interacted remain correlated across arbitrary distances in ways that appear to require some form of instantaneous connection. The interpretation of these features as evidence that consciousness determines physical reality, and that the correlations of entanglement provide a mechanism for action at a distance of the kind that magical practice requires, is a reading that the majority of physicists regard as based on fundamental misunderstandings of what quantum mechanical formalism actually implies about the role of consciousness and the nature of the non-local correlations that entanglement produces. The caution that the careful scholar of magic applies to the quantum physics argument is not that the magical worldview is wrong, but that it does not need quantum physics to support it, and that the use of physical science as a legitimating framework for practices whose actual mechanisms and whose actual effects are in many cases empirically demonstrable through the methods of psychology rather than physics, reflects an unnecessary deference to the specific authority of physical science that the magical tradition, with its 5,000 years of continuous practice, has not earned through any deficiency of confidence in its own resources. The tradition is old enough to stand on its own foundations. It does not require quantum mechanics to tell it that consciousness matters. Fact 89, the unnameable, what magic points toward. Throughout the entire history of the magical tradition, through all its cultural expressions, all its theoretical frameworks, all its specific practical techniques, and all its institutional structures, there runs a persistent and deeply revealing thread that connects the most different-seeming expressions of the tradition at their deepest level. The awareness, never quite articulable in direct language, that the ultimate object of the magical pursuit is something that cannot be fully specified in advance of the experience of it, something that the tradition's various symbolic systems are all pointing toward without any of them being able to fully contain or transmit. The philosopher's stone, the elixir of immortality, the knowledge of the angels, the union with the divine, the full awakening of the true will, the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. These are not, in the tradition's deepest understanding, separate goals sought by different branches of the same tradition. They are different names for the same impossible-to-name thing. The specific experience of the practitioner who has done the work with sufficient honesty and sufficient patience, who has dissolved enough of the accumulated false self to allow the genuine self to be visible, and who finds in the space that the dissolution creates a quality of presence, of connection, of understanding that no prior description had fully prepared them for, and that no subsequent description, however careful, can fully transmit. This is why the tradition's highest teachings are always, at their most essential level, transmitted not through texts but through direct experience. Why the grimoire, however complete, cannot replace the working. Why the initiatory ritual, however perfectly constructed, produces something in the practitioner that reading the description of the ritual cannot produce. Why the teacher who has done the work can communicate something to the student who is doing it that the books and the lectures and the theoretical frameworks, however excellent, cannot convey. The tradition knows what it is pointing toward. It knows with equal certainty that the pointing is not the arrival. The unnameable thing is real. The tradition exists to help the practitioner find out for themselves. Fact 90, magic at 90, the shape of the invisible. We stand at the 90th fact, 10 facts from the completion of our journey through the history of magic, and the tradition we have been following across 5,000 years has by now revealed itself in something close to its full complexity. An art and a science and a philosophy and a spiritual practice and a social institution and a body of practical technique all at once, rooted in the most fundamental human relationship to the invisible dimensions of existence and elaborated, in the specific conditions of every culture that has engaged with it seriously, into forms of extraordinary sophistication and extraordinary practical consequence. In the last 10 facts, we have met Blavatsky and found in her the most dramatically improbable founder of a movement whose specific influence on the 20th century's spiritual landscape is only now being fully assessed. We have encountered the trickster and found in them the magical tradition's most essential insight about the nature of power. We have explored the altered states that are the tradition's most ancient and most consistently documented technology. We have confronted the curse in its ethical complexity. We have traced the magical tradition into popular fiction and found there the preparation of a generation for actual practice. We have followed magic into the military. We have recognized the law of attraction as ancient magic in modern packaging. We have applied caution to the quantum physics argument. And we have stood before the unnameable and acknowledged that the tradition's ultimate object exceeds every description the tradition has produced of it. What the 90th fact makes visible, from the vantage of almost completion, is the specific quality of the tradition's relationship to time. The magical tradition is not a historical artifact, but a living practice, not a collection of ideas that were once believed and are now superseded, but a set of engagements with real dimensions of human experience that the passage of time has not made less real or less relevant. the invisible world has not gone anywhere. The practitioner who seeks it is in the same position as every practitioner who has sought it before, equipped with whatever combination of knowledge and technique and courage and patience and honest attention they have been able to develop, facing the same essential work. 10 facts remain. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91. The magical will, what the tradition demands. Among all the qualities that the magical tradition has consistently identified as necessary for genuine effectiveness in the practice of the art, knowledge, patience, the right symbolic framework, the correct timing, the correct materials, none is more fundamental, more consistently emphasized across the full breadth of the tradition, and more difficult to cultivate than the quality that the Western ceremonial magical tradition calls will, and that other traditions name with other words. The specific capacity to hold a single intention with sufficient clarity, sufficient intensity, and sufficient duration to produce effects in the structure of reality that ordinary unfocused intention cannot produce. The specific understanding of will in the magical tradition is not the ordinary psychological sense of willpower, the capacity to resist temptation, to maintain discipline in the face of competing desires, though it incorporates that dimension. It is something more fundamental, the capacity to align every dimension of the practitioner's consciousness, the conscious mind, the emotional life, the body, the deeper levels of the psyche that the tradition variously calls the unconscious, the deep self, the holy guardian angel, behind a single specific intention, so that there is no part of the practitioner working in opposition to the intended outcome, and every available dimension of their being is contributing to the same directed purpose. This alignment, the magical tradition calls it unity of will, or single-pointedness, or the great work of the self, is the specific inner achievement that the tradition consistently identifies as the most important precondition of effective magical operation, more important than any specific technical knowledge, and more difficult to achieve than any specific ritual skill. Crowley's formulation, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," is in this context not a license for self-indulgence, but a description of the highest magical achievement. State in which the practitioner's every action is an expression of their true will, the specific unique purpose that their particular existence was designed to enact, and in which the resistance of ordinary personality, the fear, the convention, the accumulated conditioning of a social existence that has substituted approval for authenticity, has been sufficiently dissolved to allow the genuine will to operate without obstruction. This state is not easily achieved. The tradition has never claimed otherwise. It has only claimed that the work is worth the difficulty, and that the difficulty is precisely calibrated to the value of what lies on the other side of it. Fact 92. The Witch's Return, Reclamation and Political Magic. In the decades following the women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s, a specific form of magical and political reclamation took place in the English-speaking world, whose significance in the history of the magical tradition is only now being fully assessed. The deliberate appropriation of the figure of the witch, the specific cultural target of the most sustained program of magical persecution in Western history, as an identity of resistance, a symbol of female power and female knowledge that the tradition had tried to destroy precisely because it was dangerous to the specific distributions of power that the patriarchal institutions of Western history had maintained. The specific political dimension of this reclamation was articulated most forcefully by the feminist theorist and activist Starhawk, whose 1979 book The Spiral Dance, a rebirth of the ancient religion of the great goddess, became one of the most widely read and most influential texts in the contemporary pagan movement. Combining the theological framework of goddess worship with the political analysis of the feminist movement in a synthesis whose specific power derived from its insistence that the spiritual and the political were not separate domains, but aspects of a single engagement with the structures of power that organized both the external social world and the internal world of consciousness. Magic was, in Starhawk's formulation, a technology of liberation, a set of practices that altered consciousness, that disrupted the internalization of oppression, and that provided the practitioner with direct access to sources of power and value that the dominant culture denied them. The more recent manifestation of the political witch in the 21st century, the binding spells cast collectively against political figures through social media coordination, the magical activism of groups like the mass ritual to bind Donald Trump that began in February 2017 and continued for years through monthly collective workings, the specific use of magical language and magical symbolism in political protest, represents the most publicly visible intersection of magical practice and political action in the history of the Western tradition, producing both enthusiastic participation from practitioners who see collective magical action as a genuine extension of political engagement and vigorous criticism from those who regard the conflation of magical and political action as a dilution of both. The witch has always been political. The reclamation made it explicit. Fact 93. The Hidden Masters, the Myth of Secret Teachers. Among the most persistently recurring and most philosophically revealing themes in the entire history of the Western esoteric tradition, recurring across traditions as different as the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, the Theosophical Masters, the secret chiefs of the Golden Dawn, and the hidden adepts of the Sufi tradition, is the claim that behind the visible lineages of magical and spiritual transmission, there exists a hidden level of masters. An invisible community of perfected practitioners whose specific knowledge of the tradition's deepest secrets places them outside and above the ordinary institutional structures of the tradition, who communicate with specific practitioners in specific ways that the receiving practitioner experiences as direct and unmistakable, and whose existence cannot be publicly verified precisely because the specific conditions of their development require their hiddenness. The specific function that the hidden master figure performs in the psychology of the magical tradition is revealing. It guarantees the existence, at some level of the tradition beyond the currently visible, of the specific state of achievement, the completed great work, the fully realized practitioner, the person who has genuinely found what the tradition promises can be found, whose existence is the most important practical motivation for the continuation of the work by practitioners who have not yet achieved it. Without the hidden master, the tradition's highest claims must rest entirely on theoretical argument or on the ambiguous testimony of historical figures whose specific achievements cannot be independently verified. With the hidden master, the claim that the tradition actually delivers what it promises is supported by the existence, however unverifiable, of someone who has received it. The specific philosophical question that the hidden master figure raises, whether the figure represents a genuine dimension of the tradition or a psychological projection of the practitioner's need for the tradition's claims to be true, is one that the tradition itself has never resolved and cannot resolve from within its own resources. What the tradition can say, and what its most honest practitioners have consistently said, is that the specific quality of inner guidance that the practitioner experiences after sufficient engagement with the work, the specific sense of being assisted by something that exceeds the practitioner's own ordinary intelligence, is a genuine phenomenological fact, regardless of its ultimate metaphysical status. Whether the assistance comes from hidden masters or from depths of the practitioner's own psyche that the tradition's practices have made accessible is a question that the experience itself does not answer. The guidance is real. Its source remains, appropriately, hidden. Fact 94. The Animist Foundation, Magic and the Living World. Beneath all the specific theoretical frameworks that the magical tradition has used to organize its understanding of the invisible world, the Neoplatonic hierarchy of emanations, the Kabbalistic tree of life, the Taoist 5 elements, the Hindu chakra system, the Hermetic chain of correspondence from above to below, there lies a more fundamental understanding that precedes all of these specific elaborations and that constitutes, in the anthropological literature, the most basic form of the magical worldview. Animism, the understanding that the world is alive, that the specific natural features of the landscape, the mountains, the rivers, the trees, the animals, the wind and the rain, and the specific quality of light at a particular time of day in a particular season, are inhabited by intelligences, by presences, by specific forms of awareness and intentionality that the human practitioner can enter into relationship with, and whose cooperation or appeasement or engagement is part of the fundamental work of living in the world. Animism was for a long time treated by Western anthropology as the most primitive stage of religious development, the pre-scientific attribution of life and intelligence to natural phenomena that the development of mature religious thought and eventually scientific understanding would progressively overcome. This reading embedded most influentially in the work of Edward Tylor, whose 1871 Primitive Culture established animism as the foundational stage of religious evolution, has been comprehensively rejected by subsequent anthropological scholarship, which has found in animism not a primitive error, but a sophisticated relational ontology. A specific understanding of the world as constituted by relationships between persons of many kinds, in which the human person is one kind of person among many, and in which the correct conduct of life requires the same quality of attention to the other than human persons of one's world as to the human persons. The contemporary revival of animist understanding, visible in the academic work of scholars like Graham Harvey, and in the practice of many contemporary pagan and indigenous-informed spiritual traditions, represents one of the most important developments in the 21st century magical tradition, reconnecting the specific practices of contemporary practitioners to the foundational understanding from which the entire tradition ultimately derives. The mountain is a person. The river is a person. The old tree at the edge of the field is a person whose specific history is longer than any human memory in the community that surrounds it. The practitioner who begins to understand this is beginning to understand what magic has always been about. Fact 95. Does it work? The practitioner's question. The question that every serious practitioner of magic eventually arrives at, the question that the history of the tradition raises and never fully answers. The question whose specific form and whose specific implications for the practitioner's understanding of their own experience are among the most philosophically interesting in the entire study of human belief is the question of whether magic works. Whether the specific operations that the tradition prescribes produce effects in the external world that they would not produce if the magical dimension were removed. Whether the intention focused through the correct ritual procedure causes something in reality to change that would not otherwise change. Whether the tradition's fundamental claim that the practitioner's consciousness can act on the world through means that the conventional causal framework cannot account for is, in any empirically testable sense, true. The honest answer that the history and the contemporary study of magic supports is, it depends on what you mean by works, and it depends on what you mean by magic. If by magic you mean the specific claim that ritual procedures cause material effects through a mechanism entirely outside the causal framework of physics, that the correctly spoken spell causes specific physical events to occur that would not occur without it, through a process that bypasses the ordinary laws of nature, then the evidence for this claim is, to put it generously, inconclusive. The controlled experimental investigation of this claim has not produced results that any mainstream scientific body has found compelling, and the history of the tradition provides abundant evidence of magical operations that failed to produce their intended effects despite being performed with complete sincerity and complete technical correctness. If by magic you mean the specific claim that the deliberate engagement with the tradition's practices, the focused intention, the altered state, the symbolic engagement with the specific correspondence systems, the specific quality of attention and will that the tradition cultivates, produces real changes in the practitioner's consciousness, in their relationship to their own experience, in the specific quality of perception and engagement with the world that they bring to their daily life. And that these changes in the practitioner produce changes in the world that the practitioner inhabits and interacts with, then the evidence for this claim is, in the view of both serious practitioners and sympathetic scholarly observers, considerably stronger. Magic changes the magician. The magician changes what they touch. Whether this counts as magic is a philosophical question, not an empirical one. The tradition has never particularly cared about the distinction. Fact 96. The tradition's gifts. What magic has given the world. The question of what the magical tradition has given to the world, of what the 5,000 years of human engagement with the hidden dimensions of reality has produced that persists in the culture and the consciousness of the 21st century, is a question whose honest answer is considerably larger than the popular dismissal of magic, as superstition would allow for. It gave the world its first systematic investigation of the natural world, in the tradition of natural magic that preceded and prepared the ground for the scientific revolution. It gave the world its first pharmacopoeia, in the herbal and mineral knowledge accumulated by generations of magical healers, whose practical engagement with the specific properties of specific substances was the foundation on which formal medicine built. It gave the world astrology, which gave the world the first sustained program of systematic astronomical observation, whose accumulated data provided Kepler and Newton with the specific empirical foundation for the mathematical description of planetary motion that became the foundation of classical mechanics. It gave the world the symbolic vocabulary through which the greatest artists and writers of Western civilization, Dante, Shakespeare, Milton, Goethe, Blake, Yeats, organized their deepest insights about the structure of human experience. It gave the world the understanding, articulated with different degrees of clarity by different branches of the tradition, but never absent from any of them, that the human being is more than a material mechanism inhabiting an indifferent physical universe. That consciousness is not the accidental byproduct of biochemical complexity, but a genuine participant in the structure of reality. That the inner life of the practitioner is connected to the outer life of the world in ways that neither the purely materialist nor the purely idealist account fully captures, and that the specific quality of attention and intention that the practitioner brings to their engagement with the world genuinely matters, genuinely changes what is possible, genuinely contributes to the specific character of the reality, that is continually being constituted by the interaction of consciousness and circumstance. This is the tradition's deepest gift. It is also its most contested claim. It is unlikely to stop being both. Fact 97, the magical lineage, how the tradition survives. The specific mechanism through which the magical tradition has survived across 5,000 years of documented history, through the burning of its texts, the execution of its practitioners, the intellectual dismissal of its claims, the institutional suppression of its methods, and the simple erosion that time applies to any body of knowledge not actively maintained, is a question whose answer reveals something essential about the specific character of the knowledge that the tradition transmits, and about the specific conditions that this knowledge requires for its survival. The tradition survives primarily through persons rather than through texts. The grimoire, the initiation manual, the systematic treatise, these are essential records, essential reference points, essential evidence that the specific knowledge existed at specific points in the tradition's history. But they are not the tradition itself. The tradition is the living engagement of practitioners with the specific practices that the texts describe, the specific quality of experience that those practices produce, and the specific understanding that accumulated experience and reflection develops in the practitioner who has been working with the material long enough to begin to understand what it is actually about. This understanding cannot be fully transmitted in a text. It can only be approached in a text, pointed toward, partially described. The full transmission requires the presence of the practitioner, the specific encounter between the person who has the understanding and the person who is developing it. The teacher-student relationship, the specific form of transmission that every serious magical tradition has identified as the most reliable vehicle for the transmission of its most important knowledge, is not merely a pedagogical convenience. It is a specific recognition of the specific nature of the knowledge being transmitted, knowledge that is not primarily propositional but experiential, not primarily about facts but about states, not primarily communicable in language but communicable in presence. The magical lineage is not a legal succession, not a matter of documented certification. It is a living chain of specific encounters between specific persons in which something real was transmitted and recognized. The chain is long, the recognition is still happening. Fact 98, the invisible world, what the tradition has always known. At the deepest level of every genuine magical tradition, beneath the specific symbolic systems and the specific ritual procedures, and the specific theoretical frameworks that differ so dramatically from culture to culture and from century to century, there is a conviction so fundamental and so consistently present that its universality constitutes the tradition's most basic claim about the nature of reality. The conviction that the visible world is not the whole of the world, that the surface of things conceals a deeper level of organization and meaning and power that is as real as anything observable by the ordinary senses, and that the relationship between the visible and the invisible is not a fixed and unbridgeable gap, but a permeable boundary that the correctly prepared practitioner can learn to navigate. This conviction, call it the magical worldview, or animism, or the perennial philosophy, or the participatory universe, is not, in its deepest form, a claim about specific supernatural entities or specific causal mechanisms. It is a claim about the character of reality itself, that reality has depth, that the depth is accessible, and that the access to the depth is available to the human being who develops the specific qualities of attention, intention, and character that the tradition identifies as the prerequisites for genuine engagement with it. The specific entities and mechanisms that different traditions propose as the inhabitants and the operating principles of the invisible world, the angels and demons of the Western tradition, the jinn of the Islamic world, the spirits and ancestors of the African and indigenous traditions, the subtle energies of the Taoist and Tantric systems, are maps of the invisible world rather than the invisible world itself. Specific cultural elaborations of the fundamental experience of depth that the tradition organizes and interprets for the specific communities in which it operates. The tradition's most honest practitioners have always known the difference between the map and the territory. The map is necessary. Without the specific symbolic system, the specific ritual procedure, the specific initiatory structure, the depth is not accessible in any systematic way, but the map is not the destination. The invisible world that the tradition has always known exists behind every map the tradition has ever drawn of it, patient and inexhaustible and unchanged by the specific forms that the human attempt to describe it has taken across the full span of recorded history. It is there now. It has always been there. It will be there when the last of the tradition's current symbolic systems has been replaced by the next one. Fact 99, the circle closes, coming back to the beginning. We have arrived at the 99th fact, the last station before the journey returns to its beginning, and the tradition that we have been following across 5,000 years of human history has revealed itself, in the course of this long account, as something that resists every simple description that has been applied to it. It is not superstition, the accumulated evidence of its specific psychological, physiological, and cultural effectiveness rules that even when the specific supernatural mechanisms it proposes do not correspond to the causal structure that modern science has identified. It is not science, the specific quality of its engagement with the invisible, the specific role of consciousness and intention and symbolic meaning in its operations, the specific insistence on the moral and spiritual condition of the practitioner as a determinant of the operation's effectiveness, place it outside the framework of controlled experimental investigation. It is not religion, exactly, though it shares with religion the conviction that the visible world is not the whole of the world, and that the human being's relationship to the invisible has consequences for their visible life. It is not art, exactly, though it shares with art the understanding that the specific quality of the image, the word, the gesture, the sound, the made thing, can produce effects in consciousness and in reality that exceed the sum of their physical components. It is something older than all of these categories, something that preceded the distinctions that we now use to organize the human engagement with the world into separate disciplines with separate methods and separate authorities. It is the original undivided engagement of the human mind with the full range of reality, the engagement that the Paleolithic shaman practiced in the Paleolithic cave, and that the contemporary practitioner practices in their modern home, or in their virtual community, or in whatever sacred space they have managed to create in the specific conditions of their specific life. The engagement is the same. The specific forms it takes are always new. The tradition is the continuity between them, the specific quality of understanding that passes from practitioner to practitioner across the centuries, that has never been entirely extinguished, and that arrives in the present moment intact, available, and as demanding as it has always been. Fact 100, the circle is complete, a final reckoning. Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Let the darkness around you become the darkness of the space between forms, the specific quality of darkness that the magical tradition has always understood as the condition of possibility, the prima materia before it takes its specific shape, the silence before the word that creates the world is spoken. We have arrived at last at the 100th fact. We have traveled in these 100 facts through 5,000 years of the human engagement with the invisible, through the painted caves where the first shamans danced, through the temple libraries of Mesopotamia where the first systematic magical texts were pressed into clay, through the alchemical furnaces and the Renaissance libraries and the Victorian seance rooms and the digital communities of the 21st century. We have met the practitioners, the Egyptian Sao, the Mesopotamian Ashapu, Mary the Jewess, Agrippa, D, the cunning woman at the edge of the village, the African Sangoma, the Polynesian navigator reading the swells, the chaos magician with their notebook and their sigils, the Wiccan priestess in the circle of candles. We have met the persecutors, the inquisitors, the witch-finders, the Enlightenment rationalists, the colonial missionaries, and we have understood that the persecution tells us as much about the persecutors' fear of the tradition's power as it does about the tradition's actual danger. We have traced the tradition's gifts to the world, to science, to medicine, to art, to literature, to the specific understanding of consciousness that the 21st century is approaching from multiple directions and finding, consistently, more interesting and more complex than the materialist consensus expected. And we have arrived at the end, at the same place the tradition itself arrives when it is followed honestly to its conclusion. Not at a set of verified supernatural facts, not at a certified list of effective techniques, not at a scientific theory of magical causation, but at an invitation, the specific invitation that the tradition has always extended to the practitioner who approaches it with sufficient seriousness and sufficient honesty. The invitation to discover, through the specific work that the tradition prescribes, what the world is when the surface of it is no longer taken for the whole of it. The invisible world is real. The work of approaching it is the most demanding and the most rewarding work available to a human being. The tradition that has been preserving and transmitting the knowledge of how to do that work across 5,000 years of history is alive, is present, and is available to the practitioner who comes to it with the qualities it has always required. Patience, honesty, the willingness to be changed by what they find, and the specific courage of the person who is prepared to discover that the world is larger, stranger, more alive, and more responsive to the quality of human attention than they had previously allowed themselves to believe. The circle is complete. The fire in the Athanor has never gone out. The invisible world is waiting, exactly where it has always been, just beneath the surface of the visible, just beyond the ordinary reach of the ordinary mind, as close as the quality of attention that the tradition has always said was the only instrument capable of perceiving it. Sleep now, let the work continue in the dark. What you have heard tonight is older than any civilization that practiced it, and as alive as the breath you are breathing now. This is explored during sleeping.